2023 to order. Ariana, if you'd please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is alders and staff, have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Also, please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Aiden, would you call the roll, please?
Sure thing. Juliana Bennett. MGR Govindarajan.
Here.
Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford is excused. Barbara Harrington McKinney. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Here.
Pepe Barros.
Here.
Darren Wozniewski is also excused. Chris McCahill.
Here.
Nikki Vandermeulen. Bill Bremer.
Here.
And Harold Kleems.
Here.
Okay. Thank you, Aiden, and welcome back. In terms of the minutes, you haven't seen them because Aiden was out of the office, and so I would ask for a motion to refer the minutes for October 25th, 2023 TC meeting to the November 29th TC meeting for review and approval. Harold?
Move referral.
Do we have a second? Chris?
Yeah, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, thanks everybody for understanding. Do we have anybody registered? We had an email under item 1 that referenced a number of that item 1 and 2 other ones on the agenda. Do we have anybody registered to speak on item 1? Aiden?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. So why don't we move on to disclosures and recusals? Does anybody have any disclosures or recusals today? Okay, I'm seeing no hands, so we'll assume none. So we will move on to item number 2, which is the geometry plans and specs related to the Mineral Point Road widened sidewalks. So who's going to start out with this? I understand that we do have some people registered to speak, but we would normally, and Alder Evers, I'll just finish this comment and then I'll get to you. We would normally have a presentation from staff first and then hear from the members of the public. Alder Evers, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if I could indulge the commission. I have another meeting at 5:30. I'm on the City County Schools Collaboration Committee, and I wanted to speak to item 5 just to share briefly my thoughts, and you can take them under advisement for your own consideration when that item is discussed.
Okay. Is there any objection to hearing from Alder Evers before he has to leave? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, there's no objections. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have any constituents who actually are parents, at O'Keefe Middle School, but I do have constituents who work there. And several have reached out to me with the concern that with the later start times, that middle school kids near a heavily traveled street like Williamson Street, when it is dark, middle school kids perhaps, I was in middle school once, lacking impulse control, may be at risk in trying to cross the street without the benefit of a crossing guard. I understand that these are budgetary concerns, but I have raised with staff, what will we as a city do if one of our young people is hit by a car and seriously injured or killed when trying under circumstances where we as a city just refuse the request of parents, teachers, and school administrators under this circumstance. So I would ask that this commission review this situation and see if there's something that makes sense that can be done. I know that the school district was operating in good faith, trying to figure out a way to move forward with a bus service that was inadequate and unexpectedly problematic. But parents and families and kids should not suffer as a result. So I agree with those who have raised this concern that it's something that we need to, as policymakers, figure out if we in fact can come up with solutions that will keep our kids safe. So thank you for hearing me out, and I wish you all the best as you deliberate.
Can I just ask you to wait for a moment to see if anybody has any questions before we move back to item 2 and before you have to take off?
Sure.
Nikki, did you have a question?
I actually requested the chair that we move item 5 up in the agenda possibly.
Is there any objection to moving item 5 up on the agenda, Robbie?
Well, I'm guessing that we have some speakers for Mineral Point, and
We do.
I kind of don't want them to have to wait since they expected it to be the first item on the agenda.
Do we
I'd
have
be
anybody
happy with
registered?
a second.
Do we have anybody registered on item 5, Aiden?
Yeah, we have 2 people.
So we
Or,
have
no,
registered.
sorry. That's for item 2.
Okay, so we have speakers on item 2, but not on item 5. So it sounds like there's an objection. Nikki, I think we might have to wait and do it in order.
Can we do it as the second one?
Why don't we do is there any objection to moving item 5 up to after item 2? Okay, well, we will go ahead and do that.
I appreciate it, Chair.
Sure. Okay, so Tom, are you starting item 2 or who's starting item 2?
Yeah, I'm starting item 2.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to share my screen. And go through the presentation. This is very much a similar presentation that was given at our public meeting at the very end of October. Right now, we're in the midst of constructing the east-west bus rapid transit. It's shown in red here. The green portion is the section where we have, as part of our grant agreement, as part of our environmental document, we had said we would do a widened sidewalk to kind of replace the bicycle facilities that were being shared with the bus lane on Mineral Point Road. I'll just go through this quickly. The east-west connects 1,000 jobs, 27,000 people of color. As far as the progress of the project. The first part of our project was awarded late last year, and it was called Early Works. And largely what it did is it eliminated the bump outs on East Washington and moved some utilities so that when spring came, we could actually get moving quickly on the main bid package. Right now, all the work that you see out there is the main bid package. We hope that it will be done by summer of 24. It's like $66 million, one of the largest projects the city's ever done. The last portion, which is the Mineral Point sidewalk, widened sidewalk, was delayed because we had to purchase right of way for the whole 2.5 miles of Mineral Point Road, and so that project has not been bid. We would like to bid it in January and start constructing it next year. Those are kind of the things. Why do we have a widened sidewalk? Well, Mineral Point Road carries 33,000 vehicles per day. So that's just an enormous, it's not our highest carrying roadway, but it's a very high traffic volume. Right now, buses share the right lane with bikes and right turning vehicles. The current accommodations for cyclists is very poor. If you look on the left side, that's actually where a cyclist is supposed to ride on Mineral Point Road, in the lane. Okay. I don't think, we've made a commitment to providing all ages and abilities facilities, particularly on these large, busy roads. And that's not all ages and abilities. I don't think anyone would feel comfortable having their child ride in that condition. Last year, as we were designing this, there was a fatality. There was a fatality riding. The person was riding westbound on Mineral Point Road. He was going to work, and he died. And there's the ghost bike that you see. Just last month, we had a bus bike collision in the middle of October. So the facilities just they're not appropriate. This is kind of a picture from the top slab community map showing pedestrian and bicycle crashes, injuries, and fatalities on Mineral Point Road. If you look at Mineral Point Road and our complete green streets, which we just adopted, Mineral Point Road is on the all ages and abilities bike network. One reason for it being on the all ages and abilities bike network is that the east-west roads north of Mineral Point Road are somewhat discontinued, right? And so we need a good way to get across. Part of the BRT project was to move buses to the center lane so that it's a higher quality, higher efficiency service, and then use the other two lanes in both directions for general purpose traffic. To do that, we needed to provide a different accommodation for bicycles, and we really kind of wanted to do that anyway because the current bicycle accommodation is quite substandard. So on the left, you can see what we have on the existing Mineral Point Road. On the right, you see what we are proposing, or something similar to what we are proposing. If you go on University Avenue, you can see that we have a side path, and it's protected, and so that a cyclist doesn't have to intermingle with probably a similar or comparable volume on University Avenue. It's part of the PRT project. This path is about 72% federally funded. The cost is about $7.3 million, and that doesn't include the right-of-way.
Excuse me a moment, Tom. Alder Govindarajan, you have your hand up. I was hoping to hold discussion until after we have the presentation and hear from the registrants. Did you have an issue or a question or something?
That's fine. I can wait. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Tom.
So there were really kind of three options for the placement of the expanded sidewalk. We could put them to the south side. If we had put it on the south side, there would probably be a loss of about 160 trees if we expanded to the terrace. There's more driveways, or perhaps I might say more driveways with high-level uses, like we have the mall driveways on the south side. And then also it doesn't connect residents as well to schools. Like most of our households are on the north side of Mineral Point Road. Most of our school facilities are on the north side of Mineral Point Road. So to have a, let's say a student, have to cross Mineral Point Road twice, once to get to the bike facility and then the second time to get to their middle school or high school, didn't seem as advantageous. We could expand it on the north side, again, towards the terrace. That would have led to the loss of between 90 and 150 trees. This is the type of facility that currently exists on University Avenue. Or we could expand it to the north side of the existing sidewalk. This would have required the loss of 70 trees. Now it's closer to about 30 trees. It's been kind of reduced. But it did require us to purchase new right-of-way. This is the route we chose because we felt like it was the better route and would preserve the majority of the street trees. At this point, this is a slide that was put in by our new forester, Ian Brown, and I'm wondering, Ian, if you would be willing to talk about things that I don't know how to talk about. Is Ian promoted to a panelist?
He's here.
I think I have been. So this slide is basically just a general biology slide. When we're talking about preserving trees and the below ground structure, so tree roots do extend out well beyond kind of like the root plate that you would normally think of or see. And so that's what this is illustrating. The critical root zone within the industry, we typically think of anywhere from 1 to 2 foot radius per diameter inch of trunk. In this case, there really isn't an opportunity to stay that far away from a tree. There's the road that's right there. The existing sidewalk is right there. But this is designed to just kind of give us the scale of what we ideally would be doing. And we're trying to stay away from those trees, particularly around the structural roots, to avoid soil compaction, grade change, physical injury, et cetera. Those are roots that physically hold the tree upright. And while, severing them may not cause immediate failure, it would cause a situation where those trees are permanently susceptible to, wind throw or other things if they were to get like wind shear from a particular direction. So that was kind of what initiated the conversation about the tree preservation and staying a particular distance away from trees in this joint conversation between transportation, forestry, and engineering. So the main point here is roots do spread wide. They're not necessarily deep. When we talk about trees and canopy, the trees that we all care about as a community are big trees. And what this slide is about is it really takes a soil volume below grade to be able to support a large canopy tree. So regardless of the species, you do have to have an amount of good soil volume to be able to support a large canopy tree. And this is kind of more holistically keeping those two things in mind. When we talk about recommendations for trees that we're going to kind of bend over backwards to try and save versus ones that we can kind of sacrifice within the scope of the project and potentially plant back better, we're looking at the vigor of the tree, the size of the tree, what species of tree is there, the growing conditions present, and the existing canopy benefits. And so what these two images illustrate, on the left, you have a low vigor, small tree. So, we could plant something back better, both amend the soil conditions after a full width bike infrastructure is installed. That's going to be easier for the contractor. I think we can amend the soil conditions to actually make that planting site better, and also plant a tree that's not significantly smaller than what's existing in there. In contrast to the right image, we have a vigorous mature tree. So this is a mature size honey locust that is providing, you can look down the kind of in the distance on the image there, and you can see that canopy is actually extending well over the paved infrastructure. So that's providing immediate and current canopy benefits for stormwater interception, air pollution mitigation, shading and energy benefits, intercepting solar radiation for urban heat island and things like that. So those are that's representative of the type of tree that we would ultimately want to have in place. And since we already have it there, that's the type of situation where we would want to try and do whatever we can to try and support and keep that canopy in place as it currently is.
So this kind of goes into a section where we have a choice. What do you? I think we have about 28 trees that we'll need to remove, and I'll be able to discuss them a little bit. But then there's about 8 trees where we have a choice. These trees that you see at this strip mall, we technically, I think, can preserve. We could leave that existing sidewalk in place, maybe pave a sidewalk to the north of it and leave these in place. The widened sidewalk then would be concrete with joints, wouldn't be as good a facility. I think Ian and forestry believe that for this particular instance, where we have these 8 trees, while it's technically feasible to save them, we would end up having a better product both with our widened sidewalk as well as trees in 8 years if we chose to remove these trees and then enhance the soil conditions with a better topsoil, more farther extending, and that, in 5 to 8 years, instead of having, trees like this, we could have larger trees. Did I represent your thoughts correctly, Ian, on that?
Very well summarized. You're a forester in training. Thank you.
All right, there you I planted a couple maples in my backyard. Okay. For other portions of the corridor, we did do a fair amount of mitigation measures. We selectively positioned and widened sidewalk on the north side of the right-of-way, which we discussed. We removed a Mineral Point Road bus lane for about 1,000 feet west of Whitney Way. We've provided selective tree semicircle narrowing. Those are at very specific locations, and I think you see them sometimes in our sidewalks. Sometimes when you walk down a sidewalk that's been newly reconstructed, you'll see just a small semicircle that kind of preserves a trunk. And so we've done those in a couple of situations, not too many, but in a couple of trees where we just felt like, is it really necessary to take down this tree when we can just put a semicircle there? And then part of our efforts are to retain the existing 5-foot sidewalk without widening for about 800 feet or 6% of the project. that preserves about 16 trees. So roughly about 85% of the trees can be preserved through design and mitigation efforts. So here are 2 pictures of trees on Mineral Point Road that will just stay in place. These are being preserved. We're not losing this canopy. And so I think some of the media and the public outcry was thinking, oh, we're losing these things, and we're not. That's inaccurate. But it does come with a few sacrifices. In 4 locations, we are proposing to leave the existing 5-foot sidewalk in place, and there are some consequences to that. This is a slide that kind of shows the types of users that would be on this widened sidewalk, right? And so if we have an 8 to 10 foot path, we have someone in a wheelchair or a walker, and then a biker with a burly, they can pass each other. There's room for them to pass each other. If in the narrow sections, there won't be room to pass each other. That one user will have to yield to the other user as they go by each other. Here are an example. 16 trees will be preserved through maintaining the 5-foot sidewalk width for about 800 feet. This table is in the memo. This is an example where this is not an easy location. These are very nice trees. They provide nice canopy, but it's right adjacent to a Quick Trip. It's difficult to purchase that right away from the Quick Trip because of some of the drive aisle considerations, some of the fueling truck, movements, the car wash movements, and all that. So in this instance, instead of, let's say, cutting them all down, we said, well, we will have a 150 feet of 5-foot sidewalk. The one tree at the very end near the intersection would be removed. So we could provide a staging area for cyclists and pedestrians as they wait to cross. Similar types of situations at the clock tower. Nautilus Park is a little bit unique in that we actually own the property. While it's a park, when the environmental document was prepared for this project, it's become a drainage detention pond. So it's kind of transitioned away from being a Section 4F property to being more of a drainage property. So a future project, we could expand the sidewalk by Nautilus Park. And then the Isle of View apartments are just east of Nautilus Park. What's shown in orange is the strip mall. It would be about 400 feet. Right now, we are recommending that those trees be replaced. This is is showing some areas where trees are unavoidably impacted, include at intersections to address sight distance issues and provide pedestrian bicycle staging area, near culverts, areas with steep grades which require some earthwork. This to the right is an example. This is a section of Mineral Point Road where we're actually removing the bus lane to try and minimize impacts. So that red line represents where the new curb is going to be. And we are actually placing the widened sidewalk / path just to the right of that red line. But you can see that the slopes are so steep there adjacent to Garner Park. I think it's Garner Park, right? That we will have to do some grading and some trees will be removed. That grading will require about 8 tree removals. So a summary, roughly 191 existing trees are in corridor. 8 or 20 existing street trees will be removed. Trees with options, which we've discussed with Ian, include 8, and then near Garden Park, there's 8. So we were actually recommending that 28 to 36 trees be removed, but we would be preserving about 85%. This last bullet is not fully correct. It says trees removed will have new trees planted, a similar species and location. And Ian has mentioned that we probably may not replace with the exact same species, that there may be some some species diversification that forestry wants to do, just so that our tree canopies have multiple types of species. Of the trees removed, 11 are at intersections, 2 are at culverts, 12 are due to grade, and then 3 are typically other reasons. And now what I think what I might do is hold on for a second. We did provide a landscape plan in the Legistar. I'm not going to go through excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe it is in Legistar, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so. I've seen it.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I apologize. Let me yeah, I apologize. So what I'll do is just kind of illustrate what's available for you to to review. This is the landscape plan. We also have preliminary plan and profiles, and we show where a tree was removed, and then to the extent that we can, we try and provide the type of species. Sometimes we'll mention its condition and then a picture. So you can see that, here, like for instance, this is a small tree that's removed. Many of our trees, the majority of our trees that we're removing are less than 12 inches. These trees are preserved. This is an example of where there's a reduced sidewalk. This tree at the intersection is removed. We've discussed this. Here's an example. Here we need a staging area near the intersection, so we're removing this tree, but all the remaining trees are being preserved. These trees are being preserved. This is an instance where we're trying to remove a right turn lane, so we're removing one tree at the intersection, but the remainders. Actually, these 2 trees are being removed too. This has 3 trees associated with that. So I won't go through all of it. Maybe I'll just I'll show, this is clock tower. This is an example of where we're just in a constrained property right of way, and so we have to remove these trees because we really can't purchase right of way to the north because of the building right there. And then this is the one area where we're proposing to have a 5-foot sidewalk. This is Nautilus Point Park, but you can see that it's since been kind of retrofitted into a detention area. And so a future city project could come in and widen this sidewalk. These are the just east of that Nautilus Park. These trees are preserved. And if we wanted to extend that widened sidewalk to the next intersection, we probably would have to remove those trees. So there I've kind of provided the an overview. I feel like there's 2 memos. One is kind of detailed, shares where the trees are, why we're doing it. One is from the city forester, kind of providing an idea of what the significance of this is. And I'm open to questions, and I think Ian is also open to questions.
So before we go to questions, Tom, I believe we should hear from the registrants that we have.
Okay.
Aiden, who do we have?
So first we have Craig Weinhold of Dartmouth Road, supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yes, hello.
And I don't know if you have my written comments for attachment 10. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to at least review them. There's 6 changes that I'd like to have considered before approving the widened sidewalk plan, all safety improvements. If you do have those comments, again, attachment 10, look at the photo on the last page. It's a photo from Fish Hatchery Road. And it is sort of a mimic of what's going to happen with this widened sidewalk on Mineral Point Road in terms of the number of crossings. On the far western side, most of the corridor is going to be quite a nice widened sidewalk. But from Quick Trip to the Beltline, it's going to be extremely busy. And that's also where there's been the most bike crashes, the most pedestrian crashes, and the fatality that Tom was talking about. And the number of crossings will be similar to what we see today on Fish Hatchery Road. The big difference is going to be that today, the right lane of Mineral Point Road and of Fish Hatchery are bus, bike, right turn lanes. They act as a buffer, a place to decelerate and accelerate for cars and to do turn safely. Once those are through lanes, traffic is going to be even more aggressive as they turn on and off the road and cross the widened sidewalk. So, it's kind of hard to think ahead to see what the impact on the street is going to be. But I think there's a number of safety things that can be done on this section: closing redundant sidewalks, raised crossings, paint, no turn on red signs, and so forth. So I hope you have a chance to read my written comments that go through those and discuss them. Thank you.
Thanks. Does anybody have any questions for the registrant? Okay, thanks for coming. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Nicholas Davies of Richard Street, neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. As someone who used to commute by bike on Mineral Point Road, I'm very aware that the existing bike/bus/right turn/passing on the right at high speed lanes are not always safe, and certainly not how we would design it under Complete Green Streets. But you know what else this substandard bike facility is? It's wide, it's continuous, it exists. An actual off-street path for the length of Mineral Point Road would represent a real safety improvement, and a driver on Mineral Point, perhaps struck in traffic, could look over at that separated path and realize that their commute could be active and stress-free while being just as convenient and direct as it is by car. That's how you convince somebody to try commuting by bike, even if they wouldn't be willing to do so if they had to figure out a new route, or if they would be uncertain if a path would take them the whole way. So if a new bike facility convinces even one person to make that switch, even if it means the loss of a few trees, the planet will be coming out ahead. But to have those benefits, it has to be continuous. Now, apparently the plan is to take away the existing substandard bike facility and replace it in some sections with 5-foot sidewalk. Sidewalk, mind you, that is already there, which means we're effectively losing the only bike facility that's there without replacement. And if that convinces even one person to commute by car instead of bike, then sparing a few trees won't be enough to offset the environmental impact of that. But bikes versus trees is a false binary here, because meanwhile, cars have 4 whole lanes and they're giving up none. Reducing vehicle lanes would lead to reduced speeds and reduced trips, and that would be the most significant safety improvement that we could possibly make on this road. And that's how you convince people to switch to bike or transit, and that's how the planet and the community can really come out ahead. So here at this meeting, we can make believe that a 5-foot sidewalk is a bidirectional multi-use path. It doesn't make that true in reality. Someone out on a bike, out in reality, would not see something built for them. Cyclists will still end up riding the road, and we all know what happens next. So if making only 94% of Mineral Point Road safer is truly the best we can do, I don't oppose that, but I don't believe that it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions for the registrant? Okay, thanks for coming. Do we have anybody else, Aiden?
We do not for this item.
Okay. Anybody registered who didn't wish to speak?
No, not for this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, comments or questions for Tom? Alder Govindarajan, you had one earlier?
I did, thank you. Is it okay if I go now? There's two other hands.
Yeah, you had put your hand up earlier, so go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for the presentation. I quickly wanted to ask, there was a slide that you were showing and kind of showing that the bike lanes that are being proposed will be similar to the ones on University Avenue. I just kind of want to clarify, is it the bike lanes that are going westbound or eastbound? The one going westbound is between the bus lane and the car lanes.
I think it's a different portion of University Avenue that you're referring to. If I go to that particular slide, see, this is if you go farther out by, let's say, Allen Boulevard, this is the type of facility. I don't know if you can see this on the right side here. That's the facility that's provided, like by Allen Boulevard and a little bit to the east. And I think you're referring to University Avenue closer to campus.
That would be correct. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, is that all you had, Alder?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Pepe, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the presentation, Tom. My question would be, being a car driver and a cyclist myself, and having ridden the Fish Hatchery cycle path several times, I understand that one of the main points of conflict with a path that would be on top of the curve or on the side of a sidewalk would be how many driveway crossings are in the way. I'm not sure if there is an idea of how many of those are in this path, or if it's taken into consideration, or how we're thinking of mitigating that risk or conflict. That's one question I have too. So go ahead.
Okay, so and that's going to be a long answer. So if you, that is a drawback of a side path, right? Is because you do have turning movements, and the turning movements have to interact with bicycle traffic, right? However, an on-street facility, the cyclists will be interacting with traffic that's going, 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour. Turning traffic, typically is less than 10. So the injury level will be less when there is a conflict, right? It's not, I don't want to say it, it's not the ultimate situation, but it's better than now, and it is a treatment that we have been implementing. Like we've implemented on University, it's on Atwood Avenue, and I believe it's a better condition. As far as driveway consolidation, we're right now, I think we have budgeted $1.5 million for right-of-way, so it's not a small amount of cost, and that's just for the land values. When you start switching access and then getting cross-access easements, it becomes quite complicated. We did that for Monona Drive, where we combined driveways, but basically when you combine driveways, you have to purchase an easement use eminent domain to purchase an easement on someone else's property so that this other user can use it. You know what I mean? And then that becomes a public right, that's not attached to this other person's deed, and it increases the complexity considerably, and makes it the use of eminent domain challenging. And we really had about 6 to 9 months to purchase, the land that we need from easily over 150 parcels, and so we didn't go into driveway consolidation and that type of eminent domain proceeding. So,
Thank you. My other question is related to what one of the person registered for talking was the last person, Nicholas. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Nicholas. I'm sorry. Is it Davies or Davis?
I think it's Davies. I might
Davis,
be wrong.
thank you. I really appreciate your comment because I want to speak in support of what you were saying. I think this is a very unique opportunity to create a state-of-the-art facility that will provide safe room for all abilities, and I think that that would really be accomplished if we look at the totality of the project and make all the efforts that we can to accomplish that, even if that ends up being losing a few trees. If we can make sure that the whole path is providing the highest level and the highest level of safety and comfort for all ages and abilities, I think that will be key. The place where I come from in Chile, I was part of some of the movements pressing and advocating for one of the first bike lanes that we got, and many of them got a lot of pushback. And if you look at how they were built, a lot of them have they go in a straight line and then they do a 90-degree turn and go around the tree, or same with electrical posts and other things like that really don't make any sense. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case here, but we all know that a 5-foot sidewalk will not really provide the sense of safety or comfort that a wider path can. So I'm not sure if this is a question, but just wanted to highlight that and maybe ask Tom are we 100% sure that we're doing all the efforts that we can to mitigate those problems and potentially have a complete path?
I think it's highly probable that we can, the section by Nautilus Park drainage way, we can do that. I think it would be very difficult to, let's say, by the Quick Trip. I showed you the picture by the Quick Trip. I think it would be very, very difficult to provide the full 8 to 10 foot path there without removing the trees. And so it's kind of a balancing of values and priorities, right? We value our tree canopy. We also prioritize unprotected users. And so how do we do that balance? And so, and this commission will have a role in that, and so will the BPW. I think I will say that this providing this facility is part of our agreement with FTA, and so we really don't have the option to say, well, let's see if we can do this better later. This is part of our agreement with the FTA, so we have to build the path. Now, how wide it is and how many trees are preserved or are taken, that's in your hands, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would personally lean towards prioritizing the safety of people over the trees, but of course, this is up to the whole group. Thank you. That's all I have.
I could just comment, Tom. I think you said the Nautilus Park stretch was 325 of the 800 feet.
Yeah, and then directly east of that is the apartments. So if that would be something that you guys might discuss. Well, maybe we decide, you might decide to do the apartments, eliminate that section, and then with the understanding that engineering in the next, 3 years could complete the other portion by Nautilus Drainage Way. So,
And that would solve a chunk of it, wouldn't it?
yeah, over 400 feet, I believe, I think.
Yeah. So half of it at least. So.
Yeah.
Chris, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Harold, go ahead. Then Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you already answered my question about the driveways, even though I do wonder, I think the point that one of the commenters made that people entering Mineral Point Road from a driveway, I mean, they will have to block the sidewalk to get in there because there will be fast traveling traffic coming from their left. Right? Is there anything we can do to mitigate that? Because that seems like a very practical problem.
I'm trying, maybe you could explain that, the two-way traffic, are you thinking of a vehicle entering Mineral Point Road from?
Correct. I'm at Associated Bank. Now I'm done with my bank business and I want to get back on Mineral Point Road. But as you said, it's a 33,000 vehicle per day traffic. And right now you have the bus lane that you can kind of use as an acceleration lane. Whereas now in the future, that will be the busy right lane. And so I get stuck and my car is blocking the sidewalk.
Yeah, that may be a problem. That's maybe also a problem of every crosswalk in the city. If you think about it, really, cars do pull into the crosswalk, as they approach a busy thing. On Atwood Avenue, which I don't know if you've seen the east side, we have used that green treatment. Like, for instance, the Culver, the frozen custard, Michael's Frozen Custard, like their driveway has a green treatment. Similar kind of thing. And Michael's Frozen Custard, people go there, I go there, right? And that that path could be busier than this path, right? And so it's we will try and provide visual cues so that drivers recognize that that's a shared space. It's not their space necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but I get it. Different question. I want to confirm that I heard you right. So you're saying the property have already been acquired? Is that what
we're in the process of acquiring? It's somewhat challenging right now. There's one condominium that has 99 owners, right? So that means we need to get 99 signatures. And so we're when this went before the Board of Public Works in May, it was to get the plat approved so that we could begin appraisals and making offers. And so we've been doing that. The city staff has been really been great. But we typically right of way acquisition takes a year to 18 months, and we've given them less than a year for something which is they've been great. But
great, thanks for confirming that. And then I wanted to come back to Nautilus Point Park. Can you say a little bit more about what would be the pathway to actually getting something built there? I think you threw out like maybe in 3 years, but I mean, how would this happen? I guess there would have to be a budget allocation at first, or
it might need a capital funding. Some of it might depend on how the bus rapid transit project finishes as far as funding. Right now in our environmental document, that Nautilus Park is a park. It's a Section 4F facility, right? And so we can't use our federal project to, build something on that park. But, its use is transitions. It's no longer a park in the city's eyes, right? And so a city project could do that, right? So then the process would be, how does the city get the funding for that, right? And so there may be, we have one pot, the 2023 allocation for the BRT is not associated with the FTA federal project. And so those monies perhaps could be used for a project like that. But then we also are experiencing increased cost. We have to build a new culvert over at University Avenue. We have our technology contractor came in with prices that were higher than we had anticipated. And so, but when this is all said and done, it's a $200 million project. There may be some contingency that is in a funding pot that is not associated with the federal project that could be available, perhaps.
And can you just give a ballpark figure of what constructing such a path would cost?
I can't right now. I think the original plan for that detention pond would have left the grading in such a way that it would have been very quick and easy to have done that. But for some reason, the grading ended up being more aggressive than what the plan showed. So now it's a little bit more difficult. We might have to fill a little bit. So I can't really necessarily.
Okay, thank you. Then one final question to come back to the driveway. So I think you've explained well why we can't do anything about the driveways now other than, green paint and all of that. But whenever a property is redeveloped, is that the opportunity to potentially look like, does this, or are like how are driveways handled as part of properties and development?
Yeah, I think typically, like the Wisconsin DOT often will do a driveway consolidation pretty, more strategically and aggressively. The city often may not. They may relocate a driveway or combine some driveways during the redevelopment. Quick Trip might have been an opportunity. That was recently constructed, and if we had known, a few years earlier, we could have made sure that their improvements were back a couple feet so that this wouldn't have been such an issue, right? I used to purchase right of way. That was 30 years ago. That was my job. I purchased a couple $1 million worth of right of way, and every owner will say they need their driveway. Their appraiser will come and say, losing that driveway is going to devalue the property $300,000. It ends up being challenged. It just becomes a much more complicated appraisal problem. So it's we did go through that. I was a project manager for the Monona Drive project, and we combined maybe a quarter of the driveways. It took us like 2 years. It was complicated to do.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking, I get it. It sounds like this is maybe not fixable now, but some of these properties, this is POD and all of that are going to get redeveloped. And so we might have the opportunity maybe to fix some of this in the next 10, 20 years.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Tom. I was also going to ask about Nautilus Park, and we already talked about that. Can you say again the situation with the clock tower, though? What would be the path forward there?
The clock tower is more challenging if I were to bring that up. And And Renee, you had a conversation with our engineers as well regarding this.
Yeah, I can jump in. So we looked at all the areas to look for some opportunities that maybe can't go with this original package, but could be sort of near term, like Nautilus Park. We talked about Clock Tower. We would need a little bit more right-of-way purchased or some sort of easement on the west end. That was not originally being considered. So there's some possibilities there. And then at the east end, the designer who's been working on this said we're going to need more money for that end. Thinks with some additional engineering work, there's some ability to maybe not be ready to do a project there next year, but that it could be a project that comes after that to try and address some of these larger issues at the Clock Tower Court. So there is some ways forward there in the near term.
Out of curiosity, would new right-of-way be needed on the east end?
No, it just is kind of a complicated design, it sounds like, and but has some feasibility once we dig into it. He thought with some time, he could engineer us a solution.
Thanks. I think that's all I have. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm being if I'm a little confused here, but there's a lot of properties. The apartments next to Nautilus Park, the Isle of View, I'm a little confused by the comments, because it says if we're able to widen the sidewalk by Nautilus Park, it would be useful to have the widened portion by the apartments already done. But right now, that's not in the plan that you're proposing now. Is that correct? And what would be the way forward to get that portion widened? Craig had sent some photos, and there's an electrical box, and he also suggested that they didn't need the drive aisle as wide and things like that. But I guess I'm just asking where we are with negotiations with them.
Yeah, so right now, on this particular one, and I think I put this in the memo. So from this purple line to the west, that's kind of Nautilus Park. We can do something there, right? Mm-hmm. From that purple line to the east, we're saving roughly, I think, about 2 trees. 2 trees, and probably the best or the easiest way to it would actually be. I'll use this. If there's a desire to provide a 10-foot path or 8-foot path here, it's probably easiest to choose to remove that tree and this other, the tree that I believe is right about here, not in view.
Okay. So as of now, we don't have any negotiations with the property owner about expanding it northward, expanding our right of way.
We have negotiations with the landowner for, I think the original plan was to remove those trees and not take away parking. Sometimes when you take away parking, it's considered parking damages, and they can start to say, well, now we can't rent all our, there's just a lot of different things. So we are in negotiations. I don't know if we've given the offer for a temporary easement that would allow us to construct a path. But we would have to redo the plat redo our appraisal, redo and restart negotiations if we wanted to purchase land. And then this might become a little bit more complicated if we remove parking stalls.
Okay. It just, as Craig pointed out, it does look like they've got quite a bit of drive aisle space. And I didn't quite catch whether the city was already talking to them about acquiring a sliver along the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And just basically moving the parking spaces closer to each other.
Yeah, I think the plat that was approved in May, it's my understanding that the plat that was approved in May included a temporary limited easement for construction purposes, but did not contain fee. I'll check on that. So I want to say it. I want to use the famous words "as I recall," right? Which means I can come back and correct myself if I'm wrong.
Okay. I think that's the only question I had, because everybody else covered pretty much everything else I had questions about. Thanks.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a follow up on that. And while that image was up, it might be helpful to pull that back up if you can, Tom. But basically my question is, in these few cases where we think we could get the sidewalk that we want by taking down trees, would that also mean pushing it right up against the road, or is the curb also moving?
Generally, I think it's means that it would be pushing it close to the curb. So it would be, if you notice that terrace there is probably 5, maybe 6 feet, right? And so it would be pushed in those instances where we took trees, it would be pushed close to the curb. It would be a facility that's not that dissimilar to University Avenue. So if you look at University Avenue, no terrace trees were preserved, right? Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah, and so that's in those instances where we're preserving a tree, it's probably because we had a condition similar to University Avenue where we were planning on having the path, behind the curb with a 2-foot terrace.
Okay. So sort of a leading question here. Am I right in thinking that's another reason to try and keep working on getting some of the property acquisition in order to keep the path behind the trees?
Well, we are. We've how do I want to put it? We have a plat that included is kind of based on we have a plat that was based on a plan that removed between 60 and 70 trees. So our appraisals were based on that plan that removed between 60 and 70 trees. And our offers are based on that plat that removed between 60 and 70 trees. We've refined our I think we've refined our design so that we're removing, I think, if you don't mind, I'm gonna just kind of put the 8 trees that we're kind of removing for other reasons onto the side. We're removing 28 trees, okay? The reduced width sidewalk helps us save 16 trees. So if we choose not to do the reduced width sidewalk, we would have an impact of 16 more trees. We only go to those extreme measures when the trees are very nice. So like Ian is here, but you could see that the trees by the Quick Trip, for example, were honey locust. They're vibrant. They're of large diameter, and so that's where those measures were implemented. if it was a marginal tree or of marginal health, they're part of the 28 that we're choosing to remove. So,
And if I can jump in, I mean, I think, right, that's a trade-off, because that does mean you saw that the trees are there. That's a buffer between the travel lanes. And the way we widen it is the path is closer to the travel lane and you don't have that tree buffer or shade.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
All you had then, Chris? Yes? Okay. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead. Oh, I thought your hand was up before. I guess it's down now.
I did. I lowered it. Thank you.
Okay. Alder Figueroa Cole, go ahead.
I honestly don't know what's going on with this hand raising and lowering, but so Tom, can you give me again how much what was the impact of saving 16 trees on the within of the sidewalk? How much was the length of that lost on the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Over 16 trees.
So in this hold on, in this this memo, I tried to categorize them. These are the 4 areas or 5 areas where we have 5-foot sidewalk, and it says how many trees are saved and how large the trees are saved. So by the Quick Trip, we're saving 3 trees. There are 18-inch, 20-inch, and a 15-inch honey locust. By the clock tower, this 100 feet, we're saving 2.
Yeah, but Tom, so okay, about the trees, that's fine. But those 3 trees are taking in 150 what? What's the one? What is the length of 5 inches? What is that measured? What is the unit of measure for that 150?
Well, that's 150 feet. We have 5-foot sidewalk.
Okay, feet. So that's 150 feet of sidewalk of the width of the sidewalk impacted by 3 trees. Is that what I'm reading?
We are saying by Quick Trip, we are going to have, instead of an 8-foot path, we're going to have a 5-foot sidewalk for 150 feet. And by having that 5-foot sidewalk for 150 feet, we're saving 3 trees. One's 18-inch, one's 20-inch, and one's 15-inch.
So what you're saying, by saving 3 trees, we are having a smaller width sidewalk for 150 feet.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to understand. Can you hold on for a minute so I can take a screenshot of that and then read it after I have another meeting to go to, but thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alder. Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I just want to emphasize that we're, in potentially like a once in 50 years, or I don't know how long, opportunity here to provide state-of-the-art, world-class level infrastructure for providing safety to our residents here. If we truly are committed with providing that safety aspect and accessibility to those schools and residents that we were talking about. I personally love trees, and I understand the impact, the positive impact that they have, and not only, and beyond that, they're living beings, right? So it's a hard choice. It's almost like it's like a grandfather, right, or a grandmother. For some, they are. For some nations, but it's really one of those tough calls, because honestly, the clock tower and especially the Quick Trip is the one that concerns me the most, because that Quick Trip is just a magnet for drivers, and there's a 24/7 magnet. It's probably the mostly used driveway or entry that we can get. And I really think it's important that we make that extra effort. I understand the consequences, but I just want to share those concerns one more time. I think the Quick Trip and the clock tower, which I understand, what is a clock tower? I'm not familiar with it. Is it like a small shopping center, something like that?
Kind of a strip mall, yeah.
Strip mall. Okay, thank you. Yeah, those two, those attract people like during the day, in and out. I understand that the park poses a potential opportunity to fix that later, which makes me think that maybe that's one that we can push for later. But I would really prefer if we sacrifice, unfortunately, those trees and the other two sections, being the Quick Trip and the clock tower, in order to provide the safety around those areas that I think will have the most traffic. And with that, the most chances for the risk of a crash. That's all I want to say.
Thanks. Alder Figueroa Cola, you still have your hand up. Did I cut you off? I thought you were finished.
No, I don't know why I keep on trying to lower and it comes back up.
There,
so you can lower it.
I made it. I put it down for you.
Thank you.
Sure, you bet. Alder Tischler, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to remind you, we're talking about, preserving a tree canopy that's taken well over 40 years to grow. I certainly, I remember, as a very young child, I would bike out to West Town. I remember biking past cornfields, biking past, when these trees were just very, very small. I was one of the lead sponsors for this design. What we were told, what was in there was that there'd only be a small amount of trees. The word handful of trees was oftentimes used. And I do appreciate the efforts that the staff have done to take what would have been more than 70 trees and to go back, re-examine, and bring it down to a more acceptable number of I think we're now around 28. So I just wanted to just point out that once we cut down these trees, it's going to take a long time for these to come back. I think residents in the area can adapt to a minimum loss of trees. But so now we're at a point where we're just kind of going in and picking here and there. But I just wanted to point out that there was an initial miscommunication in this. That's been acknowledged. I think a lot of work has gone into getting to the point where we are right now. I certainly, I'm at this point, I can live with the plan that's proposed. But I don't think we can go in and keep trimming what I think is now a good plan to make this work. So thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Ian, I see your hand up. Did you have some comments about what's being said?
I did, but Harold may have had his up before me. I'm willing to defer.
No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Actually, I was actually just taking notes at the time that Alder Tischler had chimed in, but he was echoing a lot of what I really wanted to present. Trees do provide traffic calming benefit, and so the canopy that they have, especially mature trees, they do help to slow, calm, and moderate traffic, both mentally as well as the physical speed of traffic along places where we have mature canopy. To have those impacts, you do really require mature canopy. As the Alder had alluded to, trees of this size take decades to grow to that size, and would take decades to replace. Now, in the locations that we were discussing about widening into the terrace, those terrace widths would never be wide enough to sufficiently support a mature, large canopy tree species again. And so it is not even a simple matter of remove a tree, replace a tree, and wait 40 years, you might have something back. It's if we were to build into that place, you would never have a tree of that size again, if a tree at all. So I think that's something important to keep in mind as we look at, either street view or, some of the images that we're discussing within the plan. And that's kind of that was where I was heartened and appreciate the conversation that we had internally with the city team and with transportation. When we're looking at these structures and plans and considering what they look like, ironically, we're looking at them with mature canopy there, where they're shading this tree, the trees are there shading the street, shading the sidewalk. And it's a completely different vision, I guess, to have if you're thinking about that. So I guess my final point is within the narrowed areas, I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm not a pedestrian engineer either, but to me, as a cyclist, as a pedestrian, as a runner, those would only present a position of conflict if there were two parties that met going in opposing directions. And so along a 2.5 mile stretch, the likelihood that I'm going to meet a person at one of those given locations, traveling at speed, I think just personally just review the numbers on that is all that I would ask. So like this is a major impact that we're talking about for canopy. So that's all that I would say. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Harold, you had your hand up before. Did you?
Yeah, I was wondering if it would be in order to make a motion at this point.
Can I just ask a question before we do that? Sure. Would you mind? Tom, you said earlier, and correct me if I'm remembering incorrectly, that we might be able to widen the sidewalk by the apartments. That of all the areas that you were highlighting in the memo, those on page 4, there's the one on page 5, which, as I recall, if we're going to do the Nautilus project over the course of the next few years, that might be facilitated if the apartment stretch was done first. So that might be something we could consider. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I guess you can look at it at different ways, and maybe, I shouldn't necessarily give my opinion so much, but I do believe that city staff will find a way to widen the path by Nautilus Park Drainage Way, and maybe not in the timetable that we want, but eventually we do get things done, right? If the part section by the apartments there was done, then we would have a full block of a full 8-foot to 10-foot path. You know what I mean? And so then all of a sudden that block is whole. It's a full facility for the one end to the other end. So that was probably my my comment on that.
So that could be done later along with the Nautilus Park?
It could. We'd have to purchase right of way. Right now we are purchasing, I believe, easements or construction easements. But we could, right now we have the construction easements. We could get new construction easements in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what our options were. Pepe, do you want to go ahead, and then Harold, we can come back to you?
Sure thing. Tom, would you mind reminding us how many trees were going to be removed in the original proposal and to what number came down now?
So in the original proposal, it was between 66 and 74, depending on how you looked at it. And so that proposal was more of a, it was done early in the year, maybe late last year, and that was done mostly to understand the type of right-of-way we would need. So if we time travel back to the beginning of 23, right, where we've just released the largest project bid the largest project that we've ever had. Our consultant had just gone from 30 to 100% in 6 months. And we needed to say, well, this widened sidewalk is important. What do we need? Because we need to start purchasing that right away so we can do it. And so the original proposal was between, I think it's 66 to 74. it's been a very busy year. You know, we didn't want to finalize the design until we understood how the right of way was going, you might say. You know, how we got a little bit later start on the right of way purchasing than we maybe wanted to. You know, I think our plat was approved in May. It would have been nice if we had a couple more months, but so I guess I'm not. I've already answered your question, and I'm just providing too much information. So I'll stop right now.
It's okay. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to get the perspective one last time on, you know, what an amazing work I think the staff has done to reduce the amount of impact that this project has. And, you know, knowing that we dropped from what could have been 70 trees to potentially under 30, I feel like the impact that potentially, instead of doing 28, raising that to, I don't know the exact number, is it 35 or something, just to provide that benefit of closing out the whole project and providing safety to people moving around. I mean, I know it's not strictly stated like this, but I personally see the mission of the Transportation Commission to, you know, look after people moving around, right? Using transportation and not only driving, but all modes of transportation. Again, it's not my intention to be the anti-tree guy. I am not at all. But being the Transportation Commission, I would think that it would be honorable to think about the overall transportation impact that this would have for generations of families living in that neighborhood and biking and walking and wheeling and using wheelchairs across that section of the city. If we make that extra effort and remove those, is it 3 trees by Quick Trip and I don't know how many I forgot by the clock tower, but 4, so 7 total. So it would go from 28 to 35. So considering that we went down all the way from 70 to 35, I think it's a huge effort, and it's a great benefit. I would personally think of all the other generations of people that could enjoy the safety of using that path in the future.
Thanks, Pepe. Anybody have anything else? Otherwise, Harold, did you have a motion you wish to make?
I do.
Okay.
So I would like to move that the widened sidewalk be constructed along Mineral Point Road with a width between 8 and 10 feet while preserving as many trees as possible, with the exception of the section along Nautilus Park where 5-foot sidewalk shall be kept in place until another city project can provide a adequate facility in the park. Does that make sense?
I'm still writing, just a second.
Yep.
So what I have is move that the widened sidewalk be constructed along Mineral Point Road with a width of 8 to 10 feet, with the exception of the length along Nautilus Park, until the city can provide another adequate facility at the park. And so what I'm understanding is that you're suggesting that the 150 feet by Quick Trip, the 200 feet by the clock tower, and the 125 feet by the apartments would not be 5 feet. They would be widened to at least 8 feet.
That is my intent, yes.
Okay. Is there, Pepe, is that a second?
Second.
It is a second.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So discussion.
Can I speak to my motion, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please do.
No problem.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks to staff. Thanks to the other people on the commission for having a thoughtful discussion and putting a lot of work in there to preserve trees, to balance competing interests and coming up with what I think, well, is will provide a better solution than what is in place there now. I think we heard some really good points about how the overall picture here is that as part of the BRT project, we decided 2 travel lanes or 2 general travel lanes need to be preserved. That we can't take away space from those. We want to provide a good bus facility. I think it's really key to have center running buses for operational reasons and all of that, and BRT is a key city priority. When the BRT project was being planned, we talked about like, well, yeah, that means that a bad but existing facility for people on bikes would be taken away, and therefore we would build this widened sidewalk, requiring widened sidewalk for a variety of reasons. And this was already a compromise, right? I mean, we talked earlier about world-class facilities. That would look like we would have bike facilities on both sides, because Mineral Point Road is a wide road. Every time you have to get to the other side, you have to make this dangerous crossing. So ideally, you would have facilities on both sides. They would have a separation between people walking and biking. We would treat people at driveways would only have to pay attention to one direction, which would decrease the injury risk at those driveways. But that didn't seem possible without basically eliminating a majority of the trees. So that's how we ended up in that situation. Now, at this point, trying to tinker at the edges and having 5-foot sections of sidewalk on this already compromised facility, I think that's just not acceptable. And I don't think it's in accordance with city policies like complete green streets and Vision Zero. I think, sometimes we look at projects and we talk about safety and impact on Vision Zero, and it's like a relatively low traffic street, or we're arguing about whether a buffered bike lane or a just painted bike lane is the safer solution. And it all seems sometimes hypothetical. But this is Mineral Point Road, where I think Tom had a picture on his slides of the memorial for one of the people who was killed there. I think I was in that picture. I was out there after this person was killed. We put up the ghost bike. And so it's very, very real. I mean, this is a road. It's on the high injury network. People walking and biking, many have been killed there, and that's going to continue. The trees did not prevent that. I mean, yes, trees can serve as traffic calming measures, but that can't be the only treatment for a facility like Mineral Point Road. And so that's why I think we need to at least provide a continuous facility of 8 to 10 feet with all the downside that it has, with the driveways, with it being close to the road. The only exception being Nautilus Point Park. I think there's a good case to be made. I think Tom has laid out a path to build the facilities, not as part of this project for technical reasons, but we can get that built in the hopefully next 2 to 3 years. And so I think that's the only way where let's preserve those trees. That makes sense. There's not a real downside other than a delay in a year or two to get that path built. So that's why I made this motion, and I think that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harold. Other comments or discussion? Chris.
Thanks. I certainly agree with the spirit of that motion, and I think I will probably support it. I just want to clarify one thing. It's not simply a matter of trading trees for space, for bicycle and pedestrian space. Some of it, I think it feels like it's a matter of timing. So on several of these, it feels like with just a little more time, we could reach a solution that doesn't require losing the trees. I don't feel like Quick Trip is one of those opportunities. But it sounds like maybe the clock tower and maybe Isle of View might be. So that's the point I'm stuck on.
Good night.
Sure, go ahead and answer that, Tom, please.
Yeah, so we will need to let this project in January because we need this facility built before the BRT goes into service, or very, very closely with it, because there will be no, facilities on Mineral Point. For us, we could do some change orders. We could issue a new relocation order, maybe to get a couple of pieces of land here and there, you know what I mean? And then maybe do a change order by clock tower to try and preserve those trees. But probably I think this is a quick way to do it. If the current motion were to go out, we would prepare plans that allow us to do that, which would mean we'd remove those 9 trees. I think it ends up being about 9 trees that's associated with the 5. If you take away Nautilus Park, we would prepare plans that take away those 9 trees, and that's what would be bid in January. And then we may be able, through engineering magic or the ability to get another a little bit more land in some places, to save a couple of those 9 trees, right? Note though that that's it, but when we purchase property, it becomes a public project. We have to go before the BPW, and the BPW will say, why are we why is this happening? And so there's a process associated with that does take time.
Thanks, that's helpful. So my interpretation of the motion now is that everywhere except Nautilus Park, we are recommending to go for the 8-foot path one way or another. There will be an 8-foot path. That's our recommendation. So I will support that.
That's the way I understand the motion, was a width of 8 to 10 feet, so a minimum of 8 feet every place except for along, Nautilus Park. Is that what all you had then, Chris? Alder Tischler, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll be the Lorix here and keep speaking for the trees. I mean, again, these trees were here long before many of us. They're well over 40 years. It's going to take a very long time. And actually, we've heard from our city forester, they're not going to be going back in these spots. I mean, I think we can. So I mean, again, I understand the concern for safety. But we also can ask our those who are biking to slow down a little bit in these sections, and navigate. So and again, creating this race against time. I mean, these trees we're talking about decades, and we're now artificially creating these demands that we have to do this now. We'll never have an opportunity to widen these sidewalks. So I would, again, keep stressing that this is, that we should not be in such a rush to take down these trees. I think we've already come a long way to make this work, with the public, what the public was told, the public's perception, and now where we are right now. But I don't think we can keep going in and just kind of, we can justify these 9 trees, and later on we're going to justify 5 more, and then so on and so forth until we have nothing left on that street. So, I'm against this, but again, I don't have a vote in this one.
You will eventually, Alder, because this will go to the Common Council. So
I'm well aware of that. Thank you.
Yeah, right. So you get the ultimate vote. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This has been a very technical presentation, And I find myself coming back and asking the question because I have been involved when there was a crash and there was a fatality, and that still sits with me, and that was back in 2015, and I get that and I understand that. Where I am seeing the push is that we're lining all of this up for our BRT. And because I'm not as astute as some of the individuals that's on this commission, I'm still not really clear of, it might be this many trees or not being that many trees. And I do hear what Alder Tischler was saying in terms of what was promised to the community and how this is this a great variance into what was promised. So I'm still not clear about what I'm hearing. And I do absolutely value the input of the commissioners that's speaking because of their experience, but I still have a question of what was promised, what is the variance, and so I'm not really sure how I'm going to vote, but I still have some questions about timing. I have some questions about costs. So as I said, I'm not really sure how I'm voting. Thank you.
Well, Tom, if you could just summarize, originally there were going to be over 70 trees removed, and then it came down to less than 30, 28 if I recall, taking out the 8 that are going to be replaced. And then this motion would remove an additional 9. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we're saving, I think my memo says we're saving 16 trees by these the 5-foot sections. And so eliminating all but the Nautilus Park would mean that there would be 9 trees. This motion would add 9 trees to the 28 trees.
Right.
Yeah. And we would seek, maybe to change order to save 1 or 2 of them, but the motion essentially is 9 trees added to the 28.
Right. But originally it was over 70, right?
Yeah, it's kind of between 66 and 74.
Sure. I'm sorry. Okay.
Depend on, is this a tree? Is this a, sure. It's
right.
fun.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Does that help, Alder? Are there other numbers or information Tom can provide?
I can do that offline. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Robbie, go ahead.
Thanks. I just do want to point out what Harold started off with, which was that if we're talking about promises to the community, we have to go a little farther back. And that is that when we agreed that the bike lane would be removed from Mineral Point Road, we were also promised that we would get a real safe bike facility for Mineral Point Road. And we were under the impression, I think, that it would be something like a fully protected bike lane on both sides of Mineral Point Road. And a widened sidewalk, that's a step down, but it's doable. But if you think about instead saying, we're just going to narrow all the lanes on Mineral Point Road for 500 feet here and there to 8 feet, because we just don't have space and we'd like to preserve the trees and put in a decent bike facility. So instead, we're just going to take all the lanes occasionally down to 8 feet. And people can slow down and they'll maneuver and they can, wait for each other. And merge and things like that so that they'll get through. It'll be okay. We wouldn't do that. I mean, that would be crazy, wouldn't it? That's what we're asking people to do. And that's the farther back, the agreement that was made to put in a facility for people who are not driving to be able to navigate to all the destinations on and off Mineral Point Road. So I love trees. We wept when we lost our ash trees on our street and 2 gigantic hackberries. I mean, they were champion trees, state champion trees. But those hackberries were rotting on the inside and they were going to kill somebody if they came down. And the ash trees were infested with emerald ash borer. They were planted because 50 years ago, we lost all of our elm trees to Dutch elm disease, and so we planted all ash trees. So now we're losing all the ash trees. I get it. We love those trees. But we're talking about the safety of kids going to the schools, to people going to their jobs, to people who are going to be living and working and shopping there when that area is redeveloped. Because with the BRT going in, I'm expecting probably some of those strip malls might go away and there's going to be new people living and working and shopping there in different communities. And I just cannot justify putting those lives at risk to save a few trees. Much as I love trees and much as I want them, my solution would be narrow the lanes on Mineral Point Road. Then we could put the bike lanes next to Mineral Point Road and save all the trees. But I don't think that's going to happen because nobody is going to narrow the lanes to put the drivers at an inconvenience. And I don't think FHWA would fund it. So, it's not a question of bicyclists versus trees. It's a question of what type of transportation we are prioritizing. And I'm all for the BRT. But I think our next priority is to make sure that people who are not driving are safe and can get to their destinations. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. I have some comments, but I always go last. So anybody have any other comments? I also love tree. Oh, Alder Tischler, you want to go ahead before I go?
Yeah, I'll just echo Robbie's frustration. I mean, again, this project, this stretch of road, it's pitting bikes against buses, bikers against trees against buses. I mean, we are dancing around the issue of cars, of the 2 lanes of cars, and that's what's so frustrating about this conversation is that people who are normally aligned, are now being pitted against each other. So I just wanted to just echo. I sense the frustration here, and I just want to recognize that and hopefully, and in the future, this going back and looking at this conversation might seem rather silly because we probably one of these days will have 1 lane of traffic of roads for vehicles, but right now we're not at that point in the city. So we have to kind of squabble for the few feet that we can get to accommodate all the other modes of transportation other than hopping in our personal vehicles. So.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Ferrero-Cole, go ahead.
I know I promised I had another meeting. I shouldn't be here, but I just want to thank Robbie for the history on this particular topic when it comes to commitments to constituents or the city as a whole. So thank you for putting that into perspective. Really, really appreciate it. And also Harold and Pepe's comments on that brought us to this motion. So I absolutely support the path that it has been presented. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. It's very difficult to balance because we all love trees. We had the same thing in my neighborhood, Robbie, where we lost a bunch of trees, and it's heartbreaking. But I live just off Moreland Road. You've heard me talk about this before. And one of the things that I experience when I'm walking, I have a dog. We're walking on the sidewalk, and because Moreland Road is viewed as so unsafe, where do some bikers go? On the sidewalk with us. And it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous to try and share that sidewalk with somebody who's on a bike. And I can't begrudge kids, because you don't want little kids riding on Moreland Road. It's just not safe, but adults do it. And it's just really not a safe situation. And it is very difficult because, as has been pointed out, if we were going to have the ideal bike pedestrian facility along Mineral Point Road, this is, and Tom, I don't want to speak for you, but based on what we've seen in the past, this would not be what we would be seeing. We would be seeing something different. So I guess what I hear other people saying and how I feel is that we've already compromised. And I think staff has done an excellent job of working to impact fewer trees. And in the spirit of bike and pedestrian safety, I will likely not have an opportunity to vote, but if I were, I would support the motion. Understanding all of the conflicting priorities, but feeling that it's our job on the Transportation Commission to value that pedestrian bicycle safety first. Denise, go ahead.
Unmute. Thanks, Ann. Apologies if you hear my screen reader. I can't be in a headset. I've been in one all day, so I'll try to silence it while I'm talking. I am one of those vulnerable users as someone who doesn't see. So when we were talking about the 5-foot sections, it was pretty darn cringy to me to be thinking about a bike either coming at me that I can't judge the speed of, or if I'm over far enough to the side, or having one whiz around me. So the 8-foot really is, truly is the safest option. And, I do also really understand the carbon capture, the heat reduction, all of that with the trees. So my gut is just churning on this question. I'm going to support the motion, but it's just incredibly painfully tough. And I think, I really want to speak to and lift up what Alder Tischler and has spoken to, and Robbie too, about that. We need to, as a Transportation Commission, keep pushing the envelope about creating more and more infrastructure that prioritizes ped bike, and we probably will get pushback from our car drivers, but I think that often we are trying to take kind of the crumbs and make it work for everybody. And I just think we have to keep shifting that paradigm to say cars are not the only thing that matters here, because this is super tough. So I'm very grateful for the difficult conversation from everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Tom, do you have any other comments?
No, and I'm not voting. You can.
I know you're not, but I just want to make sure we have all the information. Bill Bremer, go ahead.
Thanks. I've kept quiet, but I came on board the first time the first comment that Pepe made, first time he spoke, I said that's what I was hoping would be the result of that would come out from the deliberations from this evening. So thanks, Pepe, for saying it first, but I agree exactly. And Harold's motion, I'm going to fully support. Thanks.
Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Let me circle back. This conversation has been excellent, and I say excellent because it gives, for me, and I'm not a biker, and I get that, but I have been with a family who lost a daughter who was not even 22 from a bike auto crash. And as I said, that still sits with me from 2015. And with the commission, and because I'm not a biker, and I understand more and more of this shared responsibility when it talks about all ages, all abilities, bike network, and I get that we're going there, and this conversation makes me think or rethink, how I'm going to vote and how I'm going to support it, because those of you who are around the table really are prioritizing, as this body needs to prioritize safety. And if we're talking about safety in terms of pedestrians, bikers, and cars, and if this is the avenue that will get us closer to that, then I have to rethink that. And being a member of the commission, I have to acquiesce and say, if this is the best way forward, and that's what I hear. So I am rethinking how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, it just occurred to me that I wanted to make sure that to clarify the motion, our memo recommended, included Foresty's recommendation of the 8 trees be removed and replaced with improved soil conditions. So I just want to make sure that this motion, just clarifying it for us, because we'll try and present this to the BPW and the council, includes the 28 trees that are removed, right? Plus removing all the 5-foot sidewalk from the project, except that by Nautilus Park, because city staff will pursue that, which will add 8 trees. Is it, or 9 trees? I think 9 trees. And then, because of the kind of the situation, the condition, and our ability to improve maybe soil conditions by that strip mall, it also includes removing and replacing and improving the soil conditions for those 8 trees. Is that correct? So I just wanted to make sure that it's.
Yeah, my interpretation was that we're approving the plans and specs, but recommending that the sidewalk be be a minimum of 8 to 10 feet. So Harold, would it be an okay clarification to say that we move approval of the plans and specs for the widened sidewalk, but that it be constructed along Mineral Point Road with a width of 8 to 10 feet?
Yeah.
So that we can get that in there.
Oh,
yes.
Tom, does that help if we clarify that?
Yeah, and perhaps the original motion, it's actually incorporated in there. I just wanted to make sure that we knew what we're doing with every part. And I think now that, thank you for allowing me to speak to that. Thank you.
Sure. So Harold, I just changed it a little bit to read, move approval of the plans and specs for the widened sidewalk be constructed along Mineral Point Road with a width of 8 to 10 feet, with the exception of the length along Nautilus Park, until the city can provide another adequate facility at the park. You
Thank
okay
you
with that
for-
minor clarification?
Yes, thank you for saying it much better than I did.
Oh, I was hoping to say it the way you meant it. Did I capture it? I'm always
Yes,
writing
that-
furiously when people
the
are
intent.
talking.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, further discussion. It is an excellent discussion. It's similar to the Complete Green Streets discussion we had last time, where we were tortured with this versus this. And we have that again tonight as we're looking at pedestrian and bicycle safety versus saving trees. But again, staff has done an excellent job, in my opinion, of saving more trees than I expected that they would be able to save. So, do we want a roll call vote on this, seeing as how it's been such a hefty discussion, so that we can hear everybody's vote on this? Or shall we? I will try a unanimous consent vote. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote. If anybody wishes a roll call vote, wishes to vote no or abstain, please raise your hand. And if one person raises their hand, we'll have a roll call vote. I am seeing no hands. So that means we have everyone fully supporting this motion. That's correct? Just leaving a little pause there to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to either vote no or abstain if they choose to. Okay. So I'll write that up either later tonight or tomorrow morning with Aiden, Tom, so that we can get that worked on right away. Okay? Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. And everybody recognizes, I think, that everybody does love trees, but feels that pedestrian and bicycle safety is the priority. Okay, we are going to move to item 5 as promised. So Renee, we're going to go out of order and do the middle school time changes and crossing guard policy.
All right, so I'll share my screen here. Just a minute. Great. So I will try to go through this kind of fast, but I put quite a bit in here so that you would just have it for the long run, since this is kind of something that will be an ongoing discussion. But this got added to the agenda. As hopefully many of you have heard, the school start times have changed at MMSD as of Monday. It doesn't impact every school, but it impacts a number of schools. And it coincided, of course, with our time change. So there was just some minimal impacts with the elementary schools, kind of a 5-minute change for 21 schools. And then 2 schools moved from this kind of earlier start time to what is like their later elementary school start time. The middle schools had the largest impact, with a number of schools on the east and north side going to an even later start time, which went from ending the school day at 4:10 to ending it at 4:30. On the west and south, those stayed the same, and Badger Rock has its kind of own special schedule that's different from the other middle schools. High schools, they did not change. They continue to be primarily in the 8:15 to kind of 3:30-ish area, other than the Capitol and Shabazz, which have slightly different start times. What's come up is, one thing is that our crossing guard policy is for elementary schools. That started, as far as I can tell from the historical data, I was not doing anything with crossing guards, even crossing with one in 1972. But at that time, they went to the structure of K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. And at that time, it was determined that crossing guards would be for elementary schools. Over the years, there's been a lot of co-benefiting from these elementary school crossing guards because over the years, schools might align, a middle school or even a high school might align with an elementary school. And so our crossing guards cross everyone. And they cross adults as well. You know, they're just, if you're there, they're going to help you get across. It helps them stay warm, gets their steps in, makes them feel useful. We do get requests for middle school crossing guards, but we have traditionally not studied those. Oh, it looks like we have a hand up. I can pause.
Do we have if I can just ask, do we have registrants on this item?
We did not, but let me double check just in case.
Sure. Because if we do, we would normally ask to hold the discussion until after we've heard from the public.
We do not.
Okay, we don't. So go ahead. If I know normally we like to hold the questions until the end, but is it something that you need to ask right away, Nikki?
It's just a clarification. The way the buses have been right now, they average on the ones that have changed in elementary schools have been up to 50 minutes late. Some have been 30 minutes late. Just wanted the committee to be aware of that.
Yes. I didn't mention that at the beginning. This is all because of busing issues. I've even heard of kids not getting picked up from people. So it's a huge issue, right? Like they didn't enter into a mid-year change lightly. This has impacts way beyond what we're talking about here tonight. So, you know, obviously a lot of middle schools co-benefit, other people co-benefit, and historically with the program, it was, as many people here know, it used to be a part of the police department. Now it's in traffic engineering. When there are kids coming, we don't say to the crossing guards, if you think these kids are no longer in elementary school, pack up and go home. That would be very disheartening for all parties involved. So we've tried to accommodate it so that if the kids are coming out, they're pretty generally might be mixing together at some point. We also have at the end of the day, you know, there's after school, elementary school. So it's kind of always been like, let's try to get the kids across. When there's a break, that's when the crossing guard goes home. We're not asking the crossing guard to leave when there could be a lot of people still coming and they're judging if the elementary school kids are gone. So definitely a lot of co-benefits out there. And some of our middle schools and elementary schools are in buildings adjacent. So that also, you know, makes for a lot more benefits from our crossing guards. Some of you will remember, because you've been through discussions about adding or removing a crossing guard, we kind of have a form that we use to determine what we call the hazard rating. It looks at, you know, how many kids are crossing, what are the gaps in traffic, like what's those opportunities to cross without kind of needing to get a car to yield for you, what are the speeds of the street, crash history around that school time, and involving youth. And is there anything about it? Like, is there a corner, a big hill, something unusual about the intersection? Our crossing guards are assigned, generally speaking, our policy is at least 25 kids, elementary school kids who are crossing, and you get kind of 40 points in the scale. And kind of if it's below that, we look at what else can we do to make improvements. We don't have a hazard rating or a number of students that we might consider for a middle school because our program has historically been focused on elementary. We are in the process at the request of the committee of doing a racial equity social justice analysis on this policy. That has not been done. The last update was in 2016. Before that was maybe more commonly used. We've got a team of people working on that. We've met about 4 times. Definitely, you know, what kind of schools are part of the policy is something that's come up. And we have been working with Anne to probably come back in early 2024 on that. So I just wanted to let you know that is in the works for those of you who might already know or might not. So we have been doing some things knowing as soon as we heard that this school time change was happening, we have reached out to begin working on some improvements. We have already got mobile speed boards out by some of the schools that are getting out at 4:30, and then those will eventually rotate to the schools that they're not at currently. We've been looking at getting some of our key crosswalk streetlights, checking to see if they've been upgraded to LED, or if they aren't, getting that request in. Most of the ones that are have been not yet upgraded are MG&E requests, but they said that they would get on them as quick as possible, knowing this is a priority. We worked with the principals where there were crossing guards that would no longer align. That's 3 of the schools: Black Hawk, O'Keefe, and White Horse, to send out a message. We've been working with them on just messaging on good, safe school behavior, both for drivers, working to get some things out to remind drivers, as well as just safe behavior for walking and wheeling. And we'll be working with the principals as a part of our Be Bright at Night campaign to make sure that students that might not have them have bike lights and light up bands as well. And then schools have been doing messaging. They've also had school staff outside supporting and reminding kids about safe behavior based on what the situation is at the individual school. And then we'll, of course, continuing to work on this as we are always working to support safety. So this is just a couple of pictures from inside O'Keefe, reminding kids that there aren't going to be crossing guards out, asking them to be careful. And they've been asking them, instead of using the RFB where the crossing guard is at Thornton and Willie, to go down to Riverside to use the stoplight, the signal there. We have had our pedestrian bicycle outreach coordinator also kind of helping to support all the schools, but has been able to get to O'Keefe. And we have seen when our crossing guard did her October counts, she was estimating of her kids crossing 29. She's been there a while. She knows the kids pretty well. 29 kids at the 4:10 time. Then were about 29 of them were crossing. That has now throughout, this is Wednesday, it has dwindled. This morning, my staff person said that we were down to about 5 kids who were not going to the stoplight. And they were, they're reminding about using the button for kids who find that, some of the kids live right there. So they are continuing to cross. But the staff are out reminding them. And then we have some materials like this slow down one that we are making available across schools for inclusion in family newsletters and just constantly giving some safety reminders. Just very quick review of the schools that are at 4:30. We have Black Hawk Middle School. I have this map. And
Renee, Nikki has her hand up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting for the end. I was just getting in line.
Oh, she's getting a jump start. Good work. All right. So it's on Wyoming Way. That's kind of, I guess, not too far. It's kind of south of Wheeler Road and near Sherman, not too far from Sherman. In that kind of Gompers, it's next to Gompers Elementary. It has a couple bus routes, so not, but it does have a pretty big walk area as well. O'Keefe is kind of in the Marquette, Tenny Lapham School, as well as drawing from Lowell and Hawthorne. It is off Willie Street, as I mentioned, on Jennifer. Has a couple bus routes because kids from the Wright and the Darbo, Worthington, Lexington also come here. Senate is off Flom Road. It serves a pretty kind of wide array of areas from the new South Side, where we talked about earlier, Elvium, Henderson, Nuestro Mundo, which used to be Alice Elementary. 7 bus routes, just, it's serving Owl Creek, Lake Point, Moreland, Rimrock, Acewood, Thompson, North Star, east of Highway 51. It has a kind of a big reaching area, so a slightly smaller walk area, definitely. Sherman is on Sherman and has 4 bus routes as well, but does have a significant kind of walk area as well, including kind of that Sherman area. And what is that? I guess north of Northport. I don't really know. I'm not doing good on directions tonight. And then Whitehorse Middle School, kind of more in the Old Brick area. The map here will show you. It's on Shank Street, kind of west of Highway 51 and north of Atwood. It has 5 bus routes as well, because it definitely has some areas on the other side of, say, 51, and then does bus from outside that 1.5 mile area as you go east as well. We do also have a number of west and south there getting out at 410, which is still in the winter, it's late. Badger Rock, Cherokee, kind of off Midvale, which is a pretty busy street. Hamilton, kind of Seago, Mineral Point, Gillespie, Spring Harbor, Toki, and Wright Middle School, which of course is right off Fish Hatchery. So they're getting out at 410. Some of those are, these are all middle schools, so they have a much bigger neighborhood that they're pulling from. Just a little bit about our staffing situation. We did start this year fully staffed. Our supervisors did an amazing outreach campaign, got a lot of media attention. Typically, we don't have full staffing when we start the school year, unfortunately, but this year we were able to do that. And unfortunately, each year we lose around 20 to 25% of our staff over the course of the year. Part of that is it's a hard job, and when people get into winter, they don't always stay. And part of it is health. We also have an older demographic, and we have quite a few people who leave each year because they can't do the job anymore. It is physical, and a variety of injuries could take you out of contention. Because of the school start times, we do have staff that are willing to work more than one corner, but that is every time the schools change their times, we lose some of that ability, and that has happened with this change. And we are trying to hire right now to fill those, but it takes time. It's not a quick process to go through the whole city process, the background checks, do the training. They do work split shifts. We guarantee them 2 hours per day. That does make our jobs more attractive than the surrounding communities in many instances. But we do require that they work whenever school is open, regardless of the weather. So with school start time changes, it does make it harder. It also impacts all of our kind of substitute guards that cover when there's vacations or sicknesses. It impacts our supervisor hours, and it's generally a little bit harder the more we stretch the day out, obviously. And we also have in our employee handbook, we offer locations based on seniority. So that can be a struggle in trying to ensure your kind of top priorities are covered, and not just where people want to be. But we do have guards who, if they can't be near their homes, it's not worth it for them. A little bit on how much it costs to have crossing guards. If we hire a new person at the starting wage, so not someone who's been here a long time and gotten raises, it's about just under $7,500 for a guard. That's not counting if we either have so many locations or we have such a wide variety of times that could impact our need also to have substitute guards. And it also, the longer you stretch out the day, kind of, as I mentioned, impacts supervision. Right now, our supervisors start at 6 to get going on sick calls, any emergencies that have arisen, and make sure that we can fill those. They do have to themselves fill in sometimes because if our substitute guards can't do it for one reason or another, or if it's a very last minute situation, then they try to cover those. But obviously that can be tricky as well. So that was very fast, knowing that we have a packed agenda.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. Nikki, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to provide clarification and also to do a motion. It's a combination of both. Clarification is that we are as a school board member, I can say we're doing the best we can on a company that didn't fulfill their agreement. I'm highly, highly, highly urging that we do a motion for emergency funding to at least put the crossing guards at O'Keefe, at Whitehorse, at Sherman, and at Senate. The reason I say that is very simple. I have some of the most diverse populations of the entire school district in those 4 areas. I have individuals with disabilities in those 4 areas, quite a few, and that will definitely impact them. The school board understands the situation. We were doing the best that we had with the information that we were given. But we are asking our community partners at this time because, frankly, the safety of our students doesn't just deserve it. It demands it. I'm worried about attendance, and most importantly, I'm worried about loss of life. I would like to put a motion forward stating to please put emergency funding at the cost of 1 crossing guard per of the 4 schools listed for a 1-year period. And I'm doing that because of the safety issue.
So if I have a motion for emergency funding at the cost of 1 crossing guard for O'Keefe, Blackhawk, Whitehorse, and Sherman, do I have that right?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senate 5, sorry.
Yeah, you said Sherman, and I wanted to
I meant
clarify.
Senate.
Okay, so a motion for emergency funding at the cost of 1 crossing guard for each of the following schools. How about if we clarify it that way?
Yeah.
So you're talking about 4 crossing guards, 1 for O'Keefe, 1 for Blackhawk, 1 for Whitehorse, and 1 for Senate for a 1-year period. Is that your motion?
Actually, my motion is for and Sherman, 1 more.
I beg your pardon?
And adding Sherman back.
So O'Keefe, Blackhawk, Whitehorse, Senate, and Sherman?
Yes.
Okay. So a motion for emergency funding at the cost of 1 crossing guard for 1 crossing guard each, you mean? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, which is yes, 7,500, I believe.
So at the cost of approximately $7,500, or the cost of 1 crossing guard for each for O'Keefe, Blackhawk, Whitehorse, Senate, and Sherman for a 1-year period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I wrote that down a little messily. Tom, do you have a comment before we ask for a second? Do we have a set? Let me see if we have a set. Do we have a second for the motion? Alder Harrington McKinney?
For discussion.
Okay. Did you wish to speak to your motion before we go to Tom?
Yes.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Very simply, when the board was given the contract on the busing last year, we were not given full information. We tried to table the vote 3 times and were told at the time by the administration's lawyer that if we didn't vote that evening, we would have no bus company for the next year. So we agreed to do it. Very simply, we were promised that they could cover a 2-tier system. Now they're not even covering a 3-tier system very well, and we've had multiple students late or not picked up at all. My problem is with middle school students, we already are starting to see absenteeism. We're already seeing parents whose work schedule have been incredibly changed and are having incredible difficulty. Now I'm hearing parents say, I'm afraid to send my kid who has to walk home at night in the dark, in the cold, and crossing the street, and there's not even going to be a crossing. I am getting emails by the hundreds, but I would have gotten involved anyway, because here's the thing. I was the kid growing up with disabilities who can't tell the distance between cars. And if it wasn't for a crossing guard, I'm not quite sure I'd be here because of the number of times I was pulled back. It is a safety issue. It is a disability issue. This is not ideal. This isn't the board asking to not do its job. This is a situation in which a company didn't fulfill a promise. And I'm asking the city to please realize that we're trying to help as best we can, but I want our kids there and I want our kids there safely. That's why I made this motion to this board. And I thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tom, you're up.
Yeah, I think maybe I want to just clarify, the Transportation Commission doesn't have a jurisdiction over the operating budget. This would have to be introduced at council, and then the following meeting, it would have to have a 3/4 vote. Okay, so it's just so that's, you know, people are aware of that. The motion could be to recommend that this be introduced, and there's there's several alders here that can do that, you know, that are in attendance right here. And then I think I just want to note, and I think it came across in Renee's, is that you know, staffing is a problem too. Just sometimes we, you know, Yang, who's also here, he has authority to fill many vacancies, but you can't always fill those vacancies, you know, just so, you know, it's important for us to get the budget authority, but just because we have the budget authority, we also have to get the staffing and I think Renee kind of outlined those challenges just so that's available. And I probably hopefully I clarified this well enough for Yang and for Renee, and I conveyed your thoughts.
And I had written down that we were requesting, but recommending, it sounds like the word that you would prefer, Nikki. We would recommend emergency funding. Okay.
Yes.
Robbie,
Highly recommend if we can. Can we do highly?
So I have motion to recommend emergency funding.
That works.
Okay. Robbie, you're up.
Thank you. I think my concerns here are process related. As people who've been on the commission for a while know, and as Renee mentioned, we have not provided crossing guards for middle schools specifically. There are instances where there are schools adjacent to each other where the middle school students benefit from the fact that there's a crossing guard assigned to elementary schools. We have had requests in the past, going all the way back before this commission, when it was Ped Bike Motor Vehicle Commission, to station a crossing guard for a middle school specifically, and we have not changed that policy. We might want to change that policy. That's up in the air, but at this time, we have not assigned crossing guards to middle schools. I actually was having a discussion with someone online because they thought that West High had a crossing guard. And I said, I assure you, high schools definitely don't have crossing guards. And what you're thinking about is the crossing guard that happens to be there for Randall Elementary, and the West High students might use it. But I can guarantee you they are crossing the street by themselves because they're doing it on lunch hour and after school and everything else. So we have the issue of the fact that we don't have the authority to any budget authority. Number two, we have a staffing issue. Number three, we have not assigned crossing guards to middle schools. So I think we have three process problems here. And if we want to have a discussion about assigning crossing guards to middle schools because of the hours, we can do that, but I'm not sure that that's going to help us tonight because that's going to be a much longer discussion. So I'm just kind of throwing out that we've got some process issues going on here, and I'm not sure that we can solve this.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent observation, Robbie. And one of the things that I was going to mention as well is that, you know, the Transportation Commission assigns crossing guards and approves adding crossing guards at certain locations. So the funding for those crossing guards is only one piece of the process. So that is correct. Alder Evers, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I understand the concerns about process, and I understand the concerns about what the appropriate role is for Transportation Commission in terms of trying to discern when it might be the right time to change what has been longstanding policy. with respect to assigning crossing guards to middle school students. In this instance, where in the past it's only been for elementary school students. But I think it's within your purview to make a recommendation under exigent circumstances. And I think this qualifies as that. This is not a safe situation for these kids in this particular climate, in these situations after dark. I would suggest that previously, when you were considering crossing guards for middle school students, nighttime crossing or dark crossing of our streets were not an issue. So the issue really is one of safety. And I appreciate Commissioner Vandermeulen's concern speaking about kids with disabilities. I think that there has to be some kind of recognition that darkness provides another level of challenge in crossing a busy street. Williamson Street has been a place where pedestrians have been seriously hurt in the past. So it really is important that I think that we consider what it means for 20 or 30 kids crossing or more, crossing a street like Willie Street after dark, and doing so in the absence of any kind of crossing guard. Now, as an alder, it would be my role to put forth an amendment, and I would ask staff to help me come up with some estimated costs for doing so. I'd also be curious to get Transportation Commission's estimation if all 5 of the middle schools that Commissioner Vandermeulen recommended are of an equal level of risk in terms of proximity to busy streets. And that, since I'm not an East Sider, I would leave it to you to determine. But I think it's safe to say that O'Keefe is in a unique situation with a proximity to a busy street that has had pedestrian incidents in the past of injuries. So I'd like to find out more about what this would cost. I appreciate staff's work on this. And if I can get support from fellow alders, I would consider putting forth an amendment. And I think it's also clear from what Director Lynch has said, whether or not you agree on this recommendation, alders, it's within our right and our ability to put forth an amendment if we so choose. But I do think it's worth hearing from the experts, from the local experts on this committee and this commission, of what your thoughts are and what you would recommend, what you believe would be good policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I guess we jumped straight into motion. I guess I have a question that's not totally related to the motion, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think we have to talk, if people are okay with this, I think we have to talk broader than the motion, because as Robbie pointed out, we can't just make a motion for funding without saying we're recommending assigning crossing guards to this intersection, et cetera, because Renee, I mean, whenever we put a new crossing guard in place, we have to say exactly where they're going to go, right?
Yeah, so traditionally, a elementary principal makes a request for a study of a location. We do the traffic studies, and we're coming with a particular location and bringing the data to you. So this is, obviously a very different situation than the typical.
Right. But even if we did something or considered something on an emergency basis, we can't just say at this school, we would have to, I suppose we could say you have to figure it out, but I would say that we would need more specifics, or I'll let other people say, or have this be a takeaway and have you consider it and bring it back to the next meeting, because I think there's a lot of procedural things, as Robbie initially pointed out, that we would need to figure out before we could really move forward. But again, not up to me to say, but Denise, were you finished with your thoughts there, Harold?
No, I was just asking whether I could
Sure.
ask a question. I didn't.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I think this has to be broader because the motion was kind of broad, I believe. So go ahead. I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Renee, thanks for giving the overview, and I appreciate that you have, I mean, the main focus was on crossing guards, but of course crossing guards are not the only way to make things safer. And I think you had the one slide that upgrading streetlights to LED, and what else was there? Mobile speed boards. I am wondering if there's anything else from a street design perspective, temporary, like maybe Willie Street shouldn't have a rush hour travel lane while it's the dark season and we have kids crossing there. Have you looked into any kind of temporary engineering solutions that could be implemented relatively quickly? I mean, I do think this is an urgent thing that we need to deal with right now because it is dark, kids are out there, and we have these safety issues. But the crossing guard thing, which I think is worth pursuing, going to take a little bit, and so trying to figure out what else can be done would be good.
Yeah, see, I think that's very relevant. Your thoughts, Renee?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. We haven't implemented anything there. We decided to do the quick and fast things first, as soon as we heard about it. But, obviously that's something that we've kind of been talking about, that, harder to implement in the first few days, but definitely is also something that could be a really good option.
Okay. Is that all you had now, Harold? Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
This is a little unusual. Denise, go ahead.
Audio now. Yeah, thanks. Agreed. So I'm 100% sympathetic to this issue. I don't cross Willie Street after dark, so I can understand the vulnerability of kids, particularly as Alder Evers said, with impulse control issues, just trying to rush. So, but I also have lots of questions about how to implement an emergency situation. Appreciate Harold's question about engineering solutions. Nikki, my question is for you. What's the school district's commitment to maybe cost sharing and recruitment sharing? Because I hear those as two really fundamental issues. So we're not just talking money, but we need, we need the folks to be there. So is there a commitment from the school district to partner if we were able to, recommend an emergency solution?
Haven't directly gone to them as of yet. I think in this situation, they probably will. I can bring this back, but the reason I brought this today is because the daylight savings, we just started this. Daylight savings time has passed. Already we are seeing kids who are being afraid to get to school and are worried on that. So I went with time is of the essence. I think if this board were to recommend it, I could see that my district would agree, but it will take some work. I'm used to taking some work. So maybe. Did that answer it?
It did. It makes me a little nervous because, I know that the school district didn't bring on the first student issues, but it is an issue of the school district. So I really this is a great opportunity for some collaborative partnership.
I would think it would also be a great opportunity. I can't see us saying no. I just don't have the legal authorities to say the word yes. But one thing, if I may, on first student and the situation. We as a board struggled with this decision. This was not an easy one. And as I said, if you look at the minutes, it was tried to be tabled 3 different times. So I'm not making any excuses. I just want people to know that we're willing to do what we need to do, but just wanted you to know all the facts, or as many as I can give. And I really appreciate it.
And you are muted.
Me?
Anne, you're muted. Everything you just said, Anne, was muted.
There we go. Sorry, my laptop froze up and I had to switch over to my iPad. And yes, so I'm watching myself frozen. Everybody's frozen over on my laptop. I have no idea what happened. So, but now you can hear me. Is that correct?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Excellent. So Denise and Nikki, I missed some of what was said. Are we all good with what you had then, Denise? Okay, then it looks like Alder Harrington McKinney is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second this specifically to have this discussion. And earlier I was at a meeting, and the impact of the districts changing their schedule was causing some parents not only concerned, but they were the meeting that I was in, they cited where there were 2 parents that lost their jobs because of the switch. And so my question, Nikki, is that how much deliberation went into the changing the changing of the schedule?
The board was not consulted directly, nor were we allowed to vote on the issue. The decision was done we discussed it in 2 meetings. We did not have a formal vote. So if you want to talk formality, we did not have a vote, but we had no choice. We were told that if we didn't do it then, the first student wouldn't be able to fill the contractual obligation.
And so I absolutely get and understand that this is an emergency, but there are pieces that are missing and we need to act on it. But further than that, and when Alder asked, or someone, I don't know if it was Robbie, one of the commissioners asked about the support of the school board. And so there are some missing pieces here. And before we disconnect, I'd like to have an indication of where to go and have these conversations, because there's still some missing pieces that we would need to have even before we can, as a commission, to say we're authorizing. So we're talking about two conversations. One is the crossing guards, and we're also talking about the change in the schedule. And I interjected the change in the schedule because it just gave me an opportunity to address what I had heard earlier and the concerns and some of the agency had with the shift and the change, and why the change, the notification, and all the havoc that it's concerning. So I know that this is not something that sits on the table for the commissioners.
Answer it.
But it still is something that I have questions about. And the other part of it is that to make a recommendation that the emergency funding happen for the crossing guards. I understand that that's separate, but I just wanted to say that, it's kind of tied in together. And I wanted to know who to talk to about this first half of it as we go into the discussion about the crossing guard. And maybe that's something that you can give me.
I can answer part. I could say that. Sorry. I could say on the transportation part that you would talk to Cedric Hodo. He is our chief on transportation. If you want to ask on the board, our board president is Nichelle Nichols. If you want to ask the board clerk, which is I, who has the ability also, is the only other one other than the president or the superintendent to call a meeting, although I've never done so, that would be me. I did request a formal vote about the start time. We were told that that wasn't possible because it would affect too many children, and it had to be done at the essence because the contract could not be carried out. I'm not trying to pass the buck over who did what. I just want to get our kids there safely. But if you want my honest answer, I have on duty bound to give it, and that is the school board did not vote on this, so I do not know their opinion.
I'm going to pull back because I think that we are way out of line. And so, Madam Chair, I'm going to just, I'm complete.
Alder Evers, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. I would encourage you to just perhaps just recommend that the school district amend the motion, recommend the school district as well as the city come up with a solution for this.
That would be what
maybe an engineering solution. It may be calling on volunteers. I heard anecdotally that there was one class crossing guard who said he would volunteer if he could use the vest and the equipment, but was told by staff that he could not. I think there are people who would volunteer even in this emergency if the city or whoever's responsible would be willing to put them in place to take care of this. Maybe funding can come from the school district. Let me finish, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, Alder Evers has the floor.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Alder.
Maybe funding can be jointly handled by the city and the school district. Maybe we can call upon the community for volunteers if staffing is an issue. But make a recommendation that policymakers fix this problem. Don't get caught up with too much in process. Ask that the governing bodies, the Common Council, and the school district fix this. It's a problem. It's exigent. It's an emergency. Don't get bogged down with process. And you can solve it. You can fix it. Staff can get you the specifics about where it would go. You can come back to and do another vote as to where they would go, but make a recommendation that money be provided and that staffing be provided to solve this problem. That's what I'm asking. If you don't, I think this alder will pursue this on his own. But it's on your table right now to be able to recommend whether or not that's a good thing. Thanks.
Chair, may I amend my own motion?
You don't have the floor at the moment, Nikki. You can raise your hand and have an opportunity to speak when it would be your turn. Then, Alder Harrington McKinney, your hand is still up. Ariana, with bouncing out of Zoom, I'm not the co-host anymore, so I can't put her hand down. Can you make me co-host again, please?
Yep, I can do that.
Thank you. Robbie, you're next. Go ahead. You're muted, Robbie.
Sorry, I thought I had clicked on mute. I do understand the concerns here. Obviously, this is an incredibly messy situation. I thought I heard Nikki say that she as clerk had the ability to call an emergency meeting of the school board. I don't know their process, so maybe I misunderstood that. But when she gets the floor again, maybe she can speak to it. But I do think that if we are going to recommend that the city put funding and staffing into this, I think that the council who has to approve the funding needs to know that the school board is also going to be on board with funding and recruitment and staffing. So if we are going to pass this recommendation, I'm hoping that Nikki will also amend her amendment, I'm sorry, her motion to make this the city and the school board come up with funding for these additional crossing guards. Further, I think that the issue of crossing guards for middle school students is something that this commission and the school board together need to discuss in the future. Is this a policy change that we think we want to make? Because I can guarantee you, if we fund these middle school crossing guards, every single middle school in the entire city will come to us and tell us, every parent of a middle school student will say, you made an exception. How come my school doesn't get crossing guards? So I think it's something that I'm a little bit concerned with opening Pandora's box. I understand the concern. I understand that I've heard enough parents really with legitimate concerns about students crossing, but we have a process, and I think that I'm worried about changing it midstream because of a decision that was made by the school board, or the bus company. I don't even have kids, and I'm pretty outraged that they suddenly said we can't fulfill our contract. I mean, that's just, God, that's a horrible way of doing business. But I really do think that we have to have the school board on board if we are going to make any kind of a commitment to funding additional staff. And there are currently 1, 2, 3, 4 alders on this meeting. They have the authority to make an emergency budget recommendation. So whether we do or not, whether this motion passes or not, those 4 alders certainly have the ability and the authority to take it to the council. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks, Robbie. Alder Tischler, you're next.
Yeah, again, thank you, Robbie. You made some excellent points there. I just for disclosure, I'm a parent. I have a child who's in 7th grade in Madison School over in Hamilton. So I'm very concerned about safety for this age group. I'm the alder who is I've supported and worked to get and actually this committee actually has funded crossing guards at Van Huysen Elementary School. So I'm very appreciative of the decision they made a year ago. Also, I'm somebody who supports sidewalks, as our previous discussion. But I think what we are in a situation where I think this does warrant the council probably stepping in, but understanding that if we do, that we need to then be looking at the long term for when we have how we decide on start times for schools, and our again, we are making decisions based around the demands of in this case, demands of buses. So I think not only should we be working to the city and the Madison School Board working to find a solution, the short term for this situation, but we should also be working together to find a long-term solution for our dependence on buses, since that is for many, as our city keeps growing and our students live further and further away from schools, they are relying on buses. And I just I'm not like the fact that we have to adjust the times of our schools based around buses when we're putting so much money right now into bus rapid transit, into our bus routes. We should also be putting the same amount of energy into buses and find a solution that not only benefits the kids who go to school, but also the adults. And I'll just add that my son even though I live out here on the west side, chose to go to Wright Middle School and rode the bus, and it was benefited it benefited him. He had a very good experience going there. So I think we can make a short-term decision. I'm all in favor of applying funding for this, but I also want to have us kind of think about what can we do to make increase the amount of bus availability, not only for school kids, especially the middle school, because they can ride with adults. So we have greater bus access for people in Madison, for the school kids as well as for adults. I hope I'm making sense there, but yeah. So yeah, I'm in favor of a short-term solution as long as we're willing to have a longer-term conversation between the Common Council and the school board.
Thank you, Alder. Nikki, you're up.
Yes, I'd like to put the language that that has been said by Robbie and by Alder Ever.
Whoa, time out. We already have I have a motion on the table here that reads, a motion to recommend emergency funding at the cost of one crossing guard, approximately $7,500 each, for O'Keefe, Blackhawk, Whitehorse, Senate, and Sherman for a 1-year period. Now, how exactly would you like to amend that motion?
I just like to amend it that the school board work with the council to create a permanent solution after 1 year.
For a 1-year period, with the city working with the school board for a permanent solution after the 1-year period?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I add
yes.
one more?
Okay.
And that the cost of the crossing guards be shared between the school board and the city.
I think I'm going to have to go get another piece of paper.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for putting up with me.
And the cost, and no, it's not putting up with. It's just, it has to be exactly right. People have to understand what they're voting on. The cost of the school board be shared. The costs
of the crossing guards. Be shared.
Be shared with the school district?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have something else? I am going to go. I can hear you, but I'm just going to get another piece of paper.
Just thank you for considering this motion. That's all I have.
Okay. Yang, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Anne. I want to thank everyone for the thoughtful discussions. And, I definitely agree that, emergency situations like this, warrant some, emerging actions. And I think, that's why, our staff has been working very hard on this as soon as we learn about the changes. I want to thank Renee and, many of our staff, for spending many hours on this in the past few days, reaching out to, to the schools, identify improvements that we can do quickly. And, actually in the last 3 days, staff has been, out on the street observing the situation. So I definitely, think this is something that it's worth, our special attention. I also agree with everyone's comment on even though doing something on the fly might be a problem for emergency situation like this, but we do want to I think develop a equitable way for the long term to assign resources. So I think that we definitely as staff, we definitely that's going to be very important for us, and I think for all the schools and the students out there. And I really like the collaboration piece being added between the city and the schools. I also want to clarify one issue, right? Budget definitely is a concern, but I would say that that's actually not the largest concern here. I think the largest concern will be more about staffing. It has been very challenging to find the crossing guards, and it's not a very glamorous job. It's not that well paid, and it has a lot of demands on you, and not a whole lot of members in the community would like to do their job. We have been struggling with staffing issues, for quite a few years, and this summer we did really well. We did a lot of outreach. We did a lot of media campaign. We had success, getting kind of fully staffed on crossing guards. But we do expect, as Renee mentioned, we do expect to probably going to lose against some of them as well as getting colder. And I think it's we'll try our best if we got a funding, if this got a provide council eventually, we'll do our best to trying to find a new crossing guards to help in staff these locations. But I don't think we can guarantee that's going to happen as quickly. But we'll definitely try our best. So I think that's also very important that if the schools can help us out on those, with some of the if some existing staff resource, they can reallocate to help us to complement our effort. I think that's going to be have more chances of making this effort successful. So thank you.
Thanks. I just want to go back. Nikki had made some clarifications to her motion. Alder Harrington McKinney, you had seconded her original motion. I guess I'm not treating this as an amendment, but just as a clarification. Are you okay with that for discussion purposes, Alder Harrington McKinney, as a seconder of the motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Alder Evers, you're up.
Yeah, and I'll try to make this quick. Thanks, Chair. From my standpoint, I still look at this as an emergency situation. I'm not looking at this as a one-year solution. I'm looking at this as a seasonal solution. That's the emergency is because of darkness. So I don't see this necessarily that the emergency solution has to be that we have to come up with a one-year fix. So I'll be asking staff what a short-term emergency solution might look like, and I'll try to find orders to support that. There is a longer discussion that you can have regarding middle school students and placements, and I'm agnostic about that, and I really am not weighing in. But I think it's from the staffing standpoint, I have to believe that just the auditor for the district at O'Keefe, who can't be here, Marshall Ramo, can go to the local neighborhood associations, the school itself, do they have PTAs anymore? Do they have parents? Do they have grandparents? Can we put out an all call that we need help for these kids to ensure their safety? Isn't there a sense of community spirit that in a time of an emergency or a crisis, and let's say this is somewhat of an emergency and a crisis, that we can't depend upon one another to come together and solve this problem? Yes, we can. So I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Vote however you want to vote, but turn it over to just ask the policy people to fix this. Ask the council and the school district to fix it, and we can with your support. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying whether the amended motion where Nikki said that the school board would be kicking in financially and helping with recruitment, that's for this year, right? That's like right now instead of after a year. I just want to clarify that.
I'll read back what I have as the clarified motion that's on the table, and people can tell me if this is correct or not. It's a long one, so bear with me. A motion to recommend emergency funding at the cost of one crossing guard, approximately $7,500 each for O'Keefe, Blackhawk, Whitehorse, Senate, and Sherman for a 1-year period, with the city working with the school board on a permanent solution after 1 year, and the cost of the crossing guards be shared with the school board. Oh, it's not linguistically a lovely sentence, but everything's in there.
So the implication is that the working with the school board is happening now.
Yes.
First, financially and staffing wise.
Right now I have the costs of the crossing guards be shared with the school board.
Okay. All right. Fine.
I mean, that's the way that it is right now.
Costs and the staffing.
So you're saying it's the cost and the staffing.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I rewrote it, so now I can write over it a little bit easier. So I'm just trying to be accurate and make sure we're all on the same page. So Robbie, right now it reads the costs and staffing of the crossing guards be shared with the school district.
That's fine. I just wanted to know what I was voting on.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yep.
No, you're doing a great job. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I think it's shifting as people talk. I think the clarification is shifting a little bit. Is that all you had for right now, Robbie?
Yeah, I just would say this is why we don't make motions at the beginning of the discussion.
Yep, it's helpful to wait. Chris, go ahead.
Well, to that point, I just jumped in the queue in hopes of calling the question. I think the discussion has been great, but this is well outside the purview of the commission. And I think it's gotten a little bit out of hand, actually.
Well, it's tough because there are procedural. I think that it is out of hand because it's a motion that, in my opinion, is incomplete because it talks about hiring crossing guards, but it doesn't talk about where to put them. It doesn't talk about how to figure out if, it doesn't deal with any of the procedural issues that we talked about, Chris. So it's very unusual in my opinion. So, but that's just my opinion. So, I think we should I'm just going to suggest a roll call vote on this one because I'm going to read the motion as it stands right now. And I suggest we have a roll call vote just because I think that might be appropriate. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. What I have as the motion is the motion to recommend emergency funding at the cost of one crossing guard, approximately $7,500 each for O'Keefe, Blackhawk, Whitehorse, Senate, and Sherman for a 1-year period, with the city working with the school board on a permanent solution after 1 year, and the costs and staffing of the crossing guards be shared with the school board. So that's what I have right now. Nikki's nodding, so that's the motion? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So Aiden, would you call a roll, please? Everybody comfortable? Anybody want me to read it again, or are we good? We good?
I'd like for it to be read again. Thank you. This is
okay. The motion is to recommend emergency funding at the cost of one crossing guard, approximately $7,500 each for O'Keefe, Blackhawk, Whitehorse, Senate, and Sherman for a 1-year period, with the city working with the school board on a permanent solution after 1 year, and the costs and staffing of the crossing guards be shared with the school district. Okay, everybody comfortable with what we're voting on? Okay, Aiden, you want to call the roll?
Sure thing. MGR Govindarajan.
Alder Govindarajan, are you there?
Should I come back?
Yes, come back to him, please.
Okay. Barbara Harrington McKinney.
Please come back to me.
Robbie Weber.
Reluctantly, no.
Denise Jess,
Oh boy. I can you come back?
sure. Pepe Barros,
I will abstain.
Chris McCahill,
No.
Nikki Vandermeulen,
Yes.
Bill Bremer,
No.
Harold Kleems,
No.
MGR Govindarajan, Barbara Harrington McKinney,
Oh my gosh. I'm going to vote a yes.
Denise Jess,
I'm abstaining.
Abstain. So far, it's 2 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstain.
So we have 10 people here. If Alder Govindarajan is actually here, we would need 6 to pass a motion. Robbie?
Abstentions count as no's.
Say that again.
When someone abstains, it counts as a no because they did not vote yes.
Correct, right. We would need 6 yeses to pass this motion is what I said. Yep. So at least that's how I'm counting it. So you're agreeing with me on that? Yes. Okay. Alder Evers, you don't get to vote.
No, I
Sorry.
don't get to vote. I just wanted to say thanks to everybody, and I'm sorry I spoke so long. You have other items on your agenda, so I'm going to bow out. Any of you who want to contact me individually and wish to discuss this further, whatever you would recommend from your own, expertise, staff the same. I think it's a problem still that we need to focus on and resolve. But sorry to take up so much of your time. Thank you for the debate and the discussion.
Alder, it is a very, very important topic, which is why we added it to the agenda. So no need to apologize. Everybody recognizes the need to discuss it. So we appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I think we're still, is Alder Govindarajan, are you there? This would be your last chance to vote, I think. Okay, my interpretation is that we have, Aiden, I think you said 2 ayes, 4 noes, and 2 abstentions. And Alder Govindarajan, I'm not sure if he's there or not, but if there's actually only 9 of us here, we would need 5 yeses. So the motion has failed, in my opinion. Now, what I have heard, Nikki, is not that people don't recognize the importance of what you're saying. What I have heard is that, and please correct me if I'm wrong in this summary, is that people would really love for staff to continue doing the great job that you're doing already of addressing this emergency situation and working with the alders and working with the schools and doing what can be the engineering solutions that Harold was talking about. If you have other things that you want us to address, to please come back to us. Robbie, go ahead.
I think what you're hearing is that this is a matter for the council and the school board. And I believe that Nikki said that she could call an emergency meeting, which I think would probably be appropriate. And all the alders can take it to the council. And I think that's where it belongs. Thank you.
Yeah. And we're happy to try and figure out how to assign crossing guards. But, this is outside, I think, what we have approved in our policy right now. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ditto exactly what Robbie said. I don't like tossing out procedures and processes because as soon as you toss it out, it's going to come back, and I guarantee you it's going to bite you in the butt. It is a serious problem that needs to be wrestled with, and let it sit where it belongs with the alders to wrestle with it, and also to call the board into accountability. It's not our job to call the school board into accountability. So this is a question that I was at. I was at a crossroads, but I wanted to let Nikki know that I absolutely supported her, but it should not rest with us based upon the information that we received.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Alder Hunter McKinney. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that, this is an issue that is near and dear to me because of the vulnerability of these kids. It just, it needs to elevate to council and the school board. And so I just couldn't vote yes from a procedural standpoint, not from an ethical standpoint.
I understand. Thank you, though.
Yeah, thanks, Denise. And I think you heard a lot of that, Nikki. So anything else on this, on item 5? Denise, were you done? I can lower your hand if you are. Okay, there we go.
And I have to leave, unfortunately, for another meeting.
Okay, thanks, Nikki. All right, so now we are going to go back to item number 3. So that would be you, Stephanie.
All right, thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so tonight I am proposing rate increases for our facilities, so garages and lots. Provide some background on the rate increases. It appears, because the last one was done before I started, these had typically been implemented every 3 years. However, due to the pandemic, it was skipped in 2021. So the last rate increase was in 2018. The reason for the rate increases is to address the revenue needs that support our system, future improvements, new facilities, balance system demand, and also encourage other modes of transportation. Our on-street rates remain, per meter rates remain higher than price-wise than our off-street facilities. And the periodic rate increases help develop reserves that we use for replacement of garages or other capital projects. So as you all know, the parking division is self-funded. We do not get general fund money, so we really rely on those reserves to make any type of improvement to our facilities. I provided just a snapshot of where our revenue comes in for our off-street facilities, and the majority of it does come from our garages, which is where what I'm proposing tonight for the rate increases. This chart, I'll walk through it. It's a lot. So this shows the different facilities, our peak occupancy rates. So that is during peak hours, generally during midday, middle of the week, or Monday through Friday. So Capitol Square North, we have 603 parking spaces there.
we average about 42% occupancy rate. The current rate there is $1.20 an hour. We're proposing to increase it to $1.50 an hour and leave all of the rates the same. This garage, we see pretty high usage during the weekends. And we would like to look at potentially eliminating our weekend rate or not using our weekend rate and just sticking with an hourly rate. The Overture Center garage, we are proposing to increase several or all of the rates there. So I'll back up. I'm sorry, I'll back up a minute. So part of the rate increase is related to the closure of the Lake Street garage. So the Lake Street redevelopment, the bids are due tomorrow. So we will know soon what direction that's headed. That garage, if everything goes as planned, will close the end of this year, and construction will start in January of next year. We know that we are removing a lot of spaces that will, monthly parking spaces that will need to be reassigned to other garages. So that's one of the other reasons for this rate increase, not to mention it has been since 2018 that we've done an increase. So for the Overture garage, it's one of the garages that we'll be promoting to our monthly parkers to relocate to, as it's closest to the Francis Lake garage. That garage currently has a $1 an hour rate, which is one of our lowest rates for a garage. It has a 52% occupancy rate. So we're seeing that that garage does get used frequently. The current 24/7, so the premium pass, which is the 24/7 pass, is at $220. We're proposing to increase it to $240, and then increase the daytime monthly parking permits. So those are the Monday through Friday daytime permits, and also increasing the evening permits. Next is the South Livingston Street garage. That garage, it shows a 27% occupancy rate, but that garage actually has about 500 spaces that are already assigned for long-term leases. So that doesn't factor in those long-term leases, which are paid automatically. So we do have some room there for during the day. It's currently set at 80 cents an hour. I would like to get it up to at least $1.20, and then increase the daytime resident rates, which we currently aren't offering, and we're hoping we can open those up soon. We currently don't have any monthly parking in there for the public, and we are hoping that space will open up and then we can offer that out. Next is the State Street Campus garage. So this is the Francis side. Lake and Francis together we have 1,053 stalls. Lakeside will be closing for this. So when Lake closes for the Francis side, we are proposing $325 for the 24/7 pass. If Lake Street does not close, we would like to increase it to $275. That garage will have very high demand. We are reducing the number of monthly permits when Lake closes. So it will be a premium garage. We need to leave space open for visitors, events, businesses. So we're looking at rate increases for every level at that garage. State Street Capitol. We also believe with Lake Street closing, we will be able to move some of our parkers over to the State Street Capitol garage. So we are looking to increase there as well. That garage has 775 spaces. We have a 34% occupancy rate right now during the daytime. It does get used pretty heavily for events though, and at night. And then the Wilson Street lot. So this is separate from the Wilson Street garage. This is located at Hancock and Wilson. It's a surface lot. It has 50 spaces in it and historically had only been offered permit parking Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then it's been free parking during the evenings and on the weekends. We'd really like to improve our management in that lot, and I think it's been underutilized. So we'd like to move to offering 24/7 passes in that lot. And also we'll continue having a couple of daytime monthly parking passes. But that lot does cause some problems right now because it is free at night. So if we need to do maintenance on the weekends or in the evening, it's hard to get in there. So this is just a snapshot of our average peak occupancy rates in the garages from 2020 to 2023. I am happy to report that in 2023, we have seen the rates increase across all of our garages. This data is a little more recent than the data on the last slide. This went through the end of last month, so it's our most current data. But it does show that we are seeing increases in the garages overall during the week, during the day. So our monthly parking, so the 24/7 premium pass, I just wanted to show, so we have some competitors out there, some that are adjacent to some of our garages. So we did do a comparison of what the rates are at with our competitors versus what we're offering. Generally, it's around $200. There are some that are higher. The ones that are higher are closer to our State Street campus garage. So Wilson and State Street campus have the highest level of competition nearby those garages. Wilson, we do know that we have parking facilities adjacent to our garage, so we are not proposing any rate increases at the Wilson Street garage. I think that we still haven't seen what that garage will really look like. We have some long-term leases that will be starting there soon. And we are seeing it increase in usage, but I think for right now, we're just going to hold on the Wilson Street garage for any rate increases. Like I said, the Lake Street garage closure will eliminate 529 spaces. So that really reduces what we can offer in that area. And that is a very high demand area with events at the Cole Center, events around State Street. It's a high student population. So we do know we will have a high demand for the spaces that are left at Francis Street. So we're not proposing any monthly, 24/7 monthly changes for the Capitol Square North, South Livingston Street, or the Wilson Garage. And like I said, we do anticipate increased demand at State Street Campus, Overture, State Street Capitol with the Lake Garage closure. So that was the rate increase proposal. I'm also, I have in the resolution to have a discussion about special event parking rates. I'm presenting this, I believe this had been presented several years ago. And I've done some research with other cities to see what they're doing for events. Currently, we have a flat rate set at $8 as our maximum rate for special events, regardless of the event size or the impact on the facility. That $8 means you can pay and park until 7 o'clock the next morning. So it does also promote additional parking from nearby residents where they're getting a discount on the rate, and they know they can stay there till 7 a.m. We also know that our nearby competitors are ranging anywhere from $15 to $40. And these are competitors right a block away from us. So we are offering $8 and they are charging a lot of times $25. Our event parking demand is highest at State Street campus, so Lake and Francis garages, State Street Capitol, and the South Livingston garage. Below market rates, we do believe discourage using other transportation options. We have more single vehicle occupants or people not carpooling. We think with a rate increase, it would hopefully encourage people to look at alternate options of getting there, carpooling together if you're going with a group, especially if you're going to a concert or a large event. And then just to note, so the special event or pay on entry. So when we move over to the $8, it's a pay on entry. So we have staff at the entrance collecting the fee. So that would begin 2 hours prior to the start of the event, and then those are valid until 7 a.m. the next morning. So I'm offering out for discussion a demand-based pricing tiered system. So we would look at, and this is very common in other cities, we would look at different levels based on the attendance or the demand or impact it would have on the garage. So we're looking at a level 1 would be the lower impact events. So something that would maybe impact all of our garages and not just one. So like Concerts on the Square impacts multiple garages, and we can balance it a little better. And it's not venue specific. So they're not all coming to one venue close to a garage, and we have that level set at $10. Level 2 would be for sellout or near sellout events, or multiple events occurring in the same area at nearby venues. So that would really impact the South Livingston Street garage and the State Street campus garage. And I'm sorry, those two garages would be included in this, even if the attendance rate is under 10,000. Because those two garages have venues by them that really impact those specific garages. And level 3, which would be $20, would apply primarily to the State Street campus garage and South Livingston garage during highly attended Kohl Center, Camp Rendell, or nearby venue events. Anything where we know we're probably going to sell out and there will be very high demand. And those are my slides.
Stephanie, I can just add that the last time those tiered prices on the special events were discussed was 7 years ago at the Transit and Parking Commission. So it's been a long time since we've had that discussion. So what you're looking for is approval of there's a TC resolution that Aiden sent out. That's TC resolution 61 that shows and presents all of the rate increases that Stephanie was talking about, with the exception of the special event, which is basically just for discussion. So comments or questions for Stephanie? Chris.
Thanks. Thanks, Stephanie. I just heard some feedback. Yeah, I think it's great that we're tackling this. It's it's important that we stay up to date and manage our assets. And I know you've got a lot on your plate, so thank you. I guess my question, maybe Ann, you just spoke to this, but on the special event parking rates, I guess I wasn't really clear what you're looking for from us, because it sounds like there are some general rules of thumb, but it's not like we're going to decide on exactly when a certain tier applies, that we're sort of giving you the authority to start to play with the pricing there.
Yeah, the goal would be, I guess I'm looking for feedback, and if you have any suggestions or want to see something different. But yeah, the goal would be that we would be able to make that determination based off of the chart, and not have to come back to Transportation Commission. And one thing I forgot to mention that was that we've been doing historically, been doing this every 3 years. My goal is to do this annually, is to bring rates to TC annually and review them, whether we increase them or not. But I do think that we should be looking at them on an annual basis and making adjustments. So I forgot to mention that earlier.
Yeah, thanks. So in that case, I mean, I think, yeah, this is a great starting point. I mean, you have to start somewhere. So here's fine. And then I assume you'll collect data to see, like if it's affecting demand and sort of getting the outcomes you want to see, and you can compare to other nearby garages like you've been doing. So I think I would be in favor of sort of revisiting this every year and figuring out what's working. And then I guess I just had one other really simple clarifying question. On the Francis Street garage, you're looking for a rate approval, a rate change, regardless of what happens on Lake Street. And then with the Lake Street closure, in addition, you want to up the 24/7 rate.
Yes, a rate change regardless. And then if Lake Street does close as planned, we would move to that 325 through the construction. And then we'd have an opportunity before Lake reopens to review the rates at both of those garages and make a determination on what would fit best.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Harold?
Yeah, thanks for this. This all looks good. Do you have for the proposed rate increases, since we haven't done it so long, and I know it's like different rates and different rates of increases, but just, is there like an overall figure of how much of an increase this is roughly on average, and how that compares to general inflation over those, I guess now 5 years, and the increases in your operating costs? Is it roughly in line with that? With lower?
Yes. So we did look at our operating costs, and so we know that with the Lake Street development, we are looking at anywhere from $84,000 to $120,000, depending where the funding lands, per stall annually. So we're looking at all of our garages, what our operating costs currently are, what we have planned for improvements and replacement. And we looked at those numbers, also what our competition is charging per hour as well, to determine the rates. I will say we have more digging to do. There's more that we want to analyze, but I felt like this was a good start. And when I saw that the last rate increase was in 2018, I felt like this was very important to at least get started. And then we can continue to evaluate it.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. And then feedback on the event parking. Yes, absolutely. We should do this. Maybe specifically one comment in the table. I think you had like anticipated number of attendees. And I think depending on which side of town you're on, those numbers don't really make sense. Like, South Livingston, there's not going to be 10,000 people at the Sylvie, but they're still going to fill up your parking garage. So maybe just take that out or come up with some different way of like defining the tiers. I think tiers make sense, and we can adjust those later. But yes, let's not undercharge where you're right. I mean, I think some residents park their own car in the garage for $8 and then sell their own spot for 25. So yeah. Thanks. That's all I have.
Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually just had a couple of clarifying questions. I'm just curious what the attendance is at some of the hockey and basketball games at the Kohl Center, like where they would fall on the tier system. That's just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so the Kohl Center events, we generally sell out our garages for Francis and Lake because we have our permit spaces, our 24/7 permit spaces, so we have to hold those and then we can sell what's left. And if you've ever been to a UW basketball game and tried to park at Francis Garage, you're waiting in line to get in because it says full. And so we do sell those garages out.
I'm not so easy that I would try and drive downtown when there's a basketball or a hockey game.
Yeah, those garages sell out. The attendance, I don't know what the attendance is for the event, but I do know that typically any basketball game or hockey game will get us to either sell out or close to selling out at our garages.
So on the chart, when it says sell out, that means events that are anticipated to sell out the garage would be in that tier. Is that right?
It could, well, we could clarify it. We could go either way. Yeah, so we had it set at attendees, but we could also put something in there. So that was the venue to sell out. But we could also put in there that the garage would sell out.
Okay. All right. And I guess I'm just going to make one brief comment, and that is that I think that you should put a link on your main parking site with a link to the special events, because I know where to find it, but sometimes I have to like poke around a little bit. And I think that there are a lot of people who may not realize that there's special event parking rates or special events even going on that are likely to limit parking. So they might be coming downtown for, say, dinner or something like that, and having that right on the front page, or some way that when you go over to the availability link, that it says caution special event tonight or something like that. I think that would be really helpful to people. And the less people are frustrated, the less they'll, complain to us. They just want to know what to expect. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Robbie, that's, Stephanie, you indicated you're going to talk to the folks at the BID and DMI. 7 years ago, I was on the the Transit and Parking Commission, and I was also chairing the parking subcommittee, and there were discussions from retailers and downtown businesses. Robbie, along those same lines, if people are there for special events, then where's the parking for the people who want to park short term for my business? Might people not go into the garage because the rate's higher and park on the street? And what happens to the on-street parking for folks going to restaurants or going to businesses, et cetera? So I think it's great to refresh with DMI and the BID to see, because the parking landscape has changed significantly in the past 7 years, in my opinion, based on lots of factors. So,
yeah, and I'll say for 2024, our goal is to do an analysis of our on-street parking. And so this will all hopefully tie in together to look at our curb management, what our current parking setup is for on street, and what changes we can make. So that might help the concerns that the businesses had.
I was just going to say, I think that I have no problem with you charging, for parking. I just think people want to know what to expect so they can make plans, and they might say, oh God, I didn't realize there was a big event at Overture. Well, I'll just take the bus instead. They just want to be able to plan. So thanks.
Yeah, great suggestion. Other comments or questions? Harold?
I was going to move approval of the resolution.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Chris, that's a second? Okay, so motion and a second. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay, Jerry, we're going on, and Yang, we're going on to the traffic signal priority list.
Okay, thank you again. Yeah, sorry everyone. Yeah, just step away for a few minutes.
Okay.
And so tonight we are bringing the traffic signal priority list to the body, and it's our process to prioritize all the traffic signal requests throughout the year, and the decision to signalize intersection or not, is definitely an important one, because traffic signals not only bring in lots of benefits but also impacts. It has significant cost associated with it, the initial construction cost, and also the ongoing operation and maintenance cost. So this is the first part of a two-step process, and I think David, my colleague David, will run through more of those details. And here I want to thank my colleague Jerry and David for doing all the hard work. So they will talk about the process and the detail of the requests. And I also want to take the opportunity to introduce my colleague David Hansen with everyone. I think it's first time his debut at the commission. And so David, we're fortunate enough to steal him from the city of Green Bay. So he was a veteran there, the city traffic engineer there for 17 years. And he has nearly 30 years experience in the transportation industry. So very fortunate to have him join our team as our section head for traffic signals, street lighting, fiber optic. So he's our new traffic engineer for that area. So without further ado, I'm going to pass on to David.
Well, that was a great introduction, Yang. I do appreciate that. And hello, everyone. I've been listening to all the discussion since 5 o'clock, incidentally. And so I'm actually getting quite familiar with everyone's personalities and responses and everything. So you are a very engaged group, and I'm going to congratulate that right off the gates. I think that's awesome that there's such excellent discussion back and forth, and truly appreciate the welcome to participate tonight. So on to the item of traffic signal priority list. I'm going to break it up into two different sections. I'm going to give more of an overview of the process, and then I'm going to let my colleague, Jerry Shippa, who's also a traffic signal engineer, go more into the details of what you've seen in the attachments on the agenda tonight. So the first thing I'm going to go over is going to be more or less the process. Now, this may be something that some of you are familiar with. It's my understanding there was an election in 2022, and there's some newer alders and potentially maybe new commissioners. So I'll just go over an overview of this whole process. And then the second part of my discussion will be more into the traffic signal warrants themselves. And I don't want to bore you with numbers or anything, just more, again, kind of high level overview of traffic signal warrant process and the criteria that we use. So at the onset, throughout the year, we get a number of requests. They may be from alders, they may be from residents, and even sometimes staff, even from other departments, regarding a request for a signalized intersection at, could be any location, could be on an arterial, could be collectors. We get very diverse selection of intersections that have been requested to us. The one thing I do want to kind of stress out through this whole process is that traffic signals are one of many tools in our toolbox as traffic engineers. As many of you know, there's roundabouts that I don't want to say they've replaced it, but it's kind of been used in lieu of traffic signals over the last couple of decades. Signals definitely play a whole part in the context and the evolution of a signalized intersection. And one thing you'll notice, I'm sure as you look at this working list, that we've kind of shifted things around from other years. And some of those were at my recommendation. And what we did at the top, where it was definitely.
Excuse me a second, David. Whoops, Alder Harrington McKinney, you had your hand up and you pulled it back down again. Did you have a question?
Are you sharing your screen? Because I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, great question. Actually, I'm not going to share any of my screen tonight. I think Jerry's going to do some of the sharing when he goes over more of the detail. I just want to more or less give you a higher overview of this, and of course respond to any questions.
So will we see your face at all?
Oh, he's there. Can't you see? I can see him. Can't you see him? Wave, David.
I have a white shirt and a white background on, so hopefully I'm not all blurred out on your screen. But no, I'm here.
Okay, I had to log off and log back in. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I see you now.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, I was getting about with traffic signals that there's just many tools in our toolbox. Signals are one of them. I can tell you that over my years of experience that they don't solve all traffic problems. As a matter of fact, they can actually create some issues. One of the things I want to urge you, right up front, that traffic signals can create rear-end crashes. Now, a rear-end crash isn't necessarily going to be the most severe crash, and of course not ones that signals will correct, but just to kind of lay that out there, that they're not the panacea of traffic control. They do come with their own issues. The other thing to also think of too is, as we go through the list, that there are things that we can do outside of the context of adding a traffic signal, say improvements to the corridor. We actually, we have quite the robust traffic signal system, centralized system, where we can make tweaks and adjustments, modifications to signal timings that can somewhat resolve some of the issues. One of the things that we hear a lot about, and you'll see on the list, is for pedestrians when they cross, and to create gaps and opportunities. So just with our existing signal system, we do have some options and opportunities that sometimes to make adjustments to somewhat correct some of these issues, or maybe to address some of the problems at hand. Another thing to also consider when we start going through the warrants is that meeting one of these warrants does not necessarily mean that we would say automatic recommendation for an installation. So you're going to see this percent of warrant being met. And the majority of the list, which may surprise some of you, you'll see is actually, they show negative numbers. And those negative numbers simply mean that they haven't met warrants yet. Now, again, having that positive number, meeting a warrant, doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to say, yes, a traffic signal is the best thing. It just simply means we should start considering the installation of a traffic signal. Now, again, this isn't a hard rule, but it's a pretty good test to apply. So getting back onto the timeline here. So we get these requests in, and then we do conduct data collection. So this would be gathering traffic counts, let's say, like through a road tube system. The other thing too, and you'll see that we modify and update on an annual basis, is the number of crashes, mainly serious injury, fatalities, and then those types of crashes. Obviously, of most interest would be those that we can reduce or eliminate through the installation of a traffic signal. Then you're going to see this initial analysis take place once we get all of this in. This is kind of the stuff, as we say, happens on behind the scenes. And then you have the working document, which is part of the attachment to the agenda. And then that's where we present the summary of everything done at this cursory level. So then tonight, it's going to be the obligation of the Traffic Commission to look at this list, look at what we've screened, and come up with, see if you're going to agree with our recommendations. You may not. I'm sure you're going to have a number of questions. You may have also noticed that there was emails sent out to the elders, to the neighborhood associations, to the neighborhood resource teams, and certain residents that may have been involved in some of the discussions on requesting a potential traffic signal. So then once we agree, I should say you agree, with the recommendations or maybe make modifications, then it would be your job to make a motion tonight so that we can continue on and do a more in-depth study of the recommended locations to determine whether or not a traffic signal truly would be something that would be of best interest at these locations. And then we kind of go over this process again. So like what you're going to see what Jerry's going to talk about tonight. You're going to see a lot of that, but more on a, we may start getting more into the details of the warrants. And again, I don't want to bog everyone down with a lot of that tonight because simply a lot of these don't even come close. So with that, it doesn't really, we really don't need to get into a lot of the numbers. Again, on the timeline of this, as you know, right now we're fall into winter. So that's kind of where we're at now. Now the studies are going to take some time. Obviously, we incorporate that into our winter work, and then our plan would be to come back in, say, January. We'd like to do it in the winter time, depending on how large the list is and how large and invested we're going to be in the study, to come back with the recommendations, final recommendations on this. Then again, for your final approval. Once your job is done on all of this, then we kind of take everything out and go through the implementation process. So we're going to design the traffic signal. As you know, there's assessment districts that will need to be created relative to how we're going to pay for the traffic signals as a city and request budget amendments. And lastly, of course, to authorize the public works contracts in order to get these traffic signals built. Then, of course, we build them, we bid them out, build them. And then last but not least in the process, there's a final assessment schedule that's going to be based on the actual cost. So, we're going to come up with, obviously, with estimates for all of this work. But as we know, we select based off of lowest qualified bidder. And as we all know, in the last few years, we've had supply chain issues, and these costs, as we've seen, have significantly gone up. So, obviously, cost does somewhat, should factor in a decision. But as the process that we're going through here, we're not really discussing cost. So with that said, I'm going to finish up what I'm talking about here, just again, to give you kind of an larger view of these traffic signal warrants. So there's actually 9 of them. And as you can probably tell, if you studied the working list at all, a lot of them are volume based. So start off, we have what's called warrant 1. I call that the 8-hour vehicle volume. It's broken up into 3 different parts. The first part really gets into if you got Main Street traffic and side street traffic, where the side street traffic starts to get a little bit higher over the years. So it's very common, like say you have an all-way stop, and that all-way, that side street where the volumes start to get a little bit more balanced, and there's a lot of delay. That's what this warrant is all about, is determine whether or not that's exceeded. The second part to that would be more or less, you may have a lot of volume on the main or primary road, but that side street maybe doesn't have as much, and then you've got a lot of delay, and those vehicles just cannot get in. So say like a collector roadway needs access to a principal arterial, and those vehicles just are unduly delayed. There may be safety problems, people making maneuvers and creating crashes. Then the third part to that would be a combination of those two. Let's just say you're not meeting the first and the second part. We look at 80% of the criteria and then see if it would meet. Going on to warrant 2, it's a 4-hour volume. So just like it sounds, we look at 4 hours. And, if there's a 4-hour concentrated period where it exceeds the thresholds, it would meet the warrant. Going on to number 3, we call this the peak hour delay warrant. Now, although you'll see on every one of these that it's listed, the Federal Highway Administration really doesn't recommend us looking at these unless it's really like an unusual case for office complexes, manufacturing plants, industrial complexes, even like a school or something that has a kind of a very quick peak and release kind of situation. That's where we would warrant 3 or the peak hour delay really comes in handy. We do also look at pedestrian volume. So warrant 4 addresses pedestrian volume warrants. Now, I think a lot of people in my industry probably agree that some of these numbers seem to be on the high side to meet. They're somewhat difficult, we think. So, we look at this, and obviously if you're meeting one of these, then I think the answer is usually pretty clear on what we should be doing. And most of the time it would be for installing a traffic signal. But now that we have like the pedestrian hybrid beacons, the RRFBs, as you know, again, we have some more tools in our toolbox. Going on to warrant 5, school crossing. This would be very similar to the pedestrian warrant, but this is more or less looking at schools, just at school locations. And a lot of times this is where it typically is where you got a high volume on the roadway. You're looking at lack of progression. Sometimes we call it bunching, platooning of vehicles may be difficult for them to cross. So we've got criteria to look at that. Warrant 6 is called coordinated signals, signal system. This is where the signal would actually help us continue to platoon those vehicles or bunch them together. And this also helps in creating some gaps in the side streets. So maybe some like right turns available on reds, things like that. Warrant 7, this one is obviously a very critical one, especially now that we have a Vision Zero plan in place that we're trying to get these numbers down, down to 0. So the crash experience, I think, is a very important one. And like I said in the beginning, not all traffic signals can reduce crashes, but we're looking at the type of crash that can be corrected with the installation of a traffic signal. Warrant 8 would be roadway network. This is, in essence, putting a signal at a location so you're kind of attracting people to use a certain corridor. There could be many locations for that, where maybe there's cut-through traffic, things like that, and having a signal at a particular location may actually attract people back onto an arterial street. Last but not least would be warrant 9, and this is the intersection near grade crossing. So as you know, we have a lot of our traffic signals that are existing, especially on my campus. We already have what's called railroad preemption. So you might see the gates, the flashing warning lights. So there is criteria in the MVTCD for installing traffic signals and preempting traffic signals, but there may be other situations, say where there's an intersection, a roadway crossing, where downstream you may have like a stop condition that may be backing up into that traffic signal, and having a traffic signal would help, in essence, kind of flush out maybe some of that traffic or improve the situation safety at the rail crossing. So with that really is, again, I know it took 5-10 minutes to go over that. And again, there's more details and numbers, which I'll have Jerry go over in a little bit. But that, in essence, is not only the overview of the timeline and the process that needs to happen, but also just again an overview of the warrants that we're looking at in particular. And as a segue into Jerry, and again, this is for some of you that have actually seen this list over the number of years. It's quite extensive, and I'm new, as Yang had mentioned, and so my first thoughts when I looked at it was which ones are the new locations, because there are locations on here that appear because they've been on there. They may be getting close to warrants, and we want to keep an eye on them. But the ones in yellow, you'll note, those are what we would consider newer requests that have come through the year. So I just kind of highlighting it that way. We've added a column on here too for shared jurisdiction. One of the things I'm sure that you're aware of is that us as a section, we do have outside agencies like Fitchburg, Verona, that we do their maintenance for. So in these shared agreements that we have, there is a breakdown and a percentage. And of course, we need to get buy-in as well from these other agencies. So it's not as simple as saying, okay, City of Madison wants this traffic signal, let's go ahead and just install it and everyone's on board. There may be other agencies such as, of course, top down, the state DOT, regional office here, down to Dane County, and then you'll even see on the list, I believe Sun Prairie's on it, Shorewood Hills, Winona. So these, I think these also need to be kind of kept into perspective. Always kind of be aware that we may come up with recommendations, I should say, we'll come up with recommendations. You as a commission will adopt these recommendations and forward to Common Council, and we move forward with them. But obviously, to just keep that in the back of your mind that there may be other agencies at play here. So with that,
can I just clarify, Yang? When we approve the traffic signals, it stops here, correct? It doesn't have to go to the Common Council, right?
That is correct. Yeah. Yeah. And we do, of course, there's going to be body involved. There's going to be public hearings on assessment districts. So, and there are going to be kind of, plans and specs being approved. So the council will get involved, but they will not get involved in the decision whether to signalize a location or not. So,
right.
Great question, Anne. Thank you.
Yeah, that's David here in Madison. That's one that responsibility that by ordinance is set with the Transportation Commission.
Great. That's great to know. Thank you.
Sure. Jerry, are you up? Thank you, David, very much.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Jerry Shippa. I'm a traffic engineer with City of Madison. David and Yang gave the good overview, so I'm just going to focus on the requests that we've received this year, go over a little bit of their nature and what we're proposing to study, and then we'll look for your recommendations on how to move forward until our next meeting. So if I can share my screen, there's not too much visually to look at, but it kind of makes it easier. So yeah, I'm just gonna work top down. So the first intersection, or the intersection that currently ranks the highest, is Cottage Grove Road and Meadowlark. It's obviously on Cottage Grove Road. This would be east of Acewood, but before you get to the interstate. Request was due claiming difficulty of getting onto Cottage Grove Road from the side street. So we've collected initial volumes. We're going to look at collecting manual peak hour turning movement counts. And anytime we say turning movement counts too, we also collect crosswalk pedestrian counts too. So just kind of keep that in mind, that that's also included in that. And then we'll look at, I've got AM peak delay study. If we see anything in the afternoon too, we'll also throw that in there, but the AM was the heavier side street volume. So that's where we would expect the more of the delay. Next is Milwaukee Street and Sprecher. This is one that's been on the list for a while. There's been some development out there recently. And I think there's more development planned out there. This is Currently, both this and the previous one are currently meeting warrant, but we typically look at turning movements, and we may take right turning volumes out of those based on the geometry of the intersection. So along those lines, we're looking at, again, similar thing, peak hour turning movement counts and AM, PM delay studies. Next intersection is Schroeder and Struck. This is on the southwest side. This is the intersection. We had a fatality earlier this year at this intersection, and that was part of what brought the request forward. So we're going to look at turning movement counts, delay studies, but we're also going to take a little bit of a special look at just the pedestrian and bike crossing there, because there's a path it's a T intersection, but for pedestrians and bikes, it's almost like a four-legged intersection. Next on the list, Gammon, Temvo, and Val Phillips Memorial High School driveway. I think this is a new intersection, or at least the development to the west of Gammon Road is new. Again, peak hour turning movement counts, pay a little bit more special attention to school traffic, pedestrian and bike counts. There's a RFB that's just north of there that we probably gonna want to take a look at the same time that we're looking at this intersection, because if we end up putting a signal here, we might want to consolidate those devices or do something like that. So we'll spend some time looking at that. The next one is Elderberry and Junction. This is another intersection that's been on the list for a while. So we have a fairly good history on it. We'll compare volumes, see if they've changed over the years, but perform a manual peak hour turning movement count. We may, I don't have it written down, we may do a delay study too, again, based on what we're seeing. But again, it's on the west side. There's construction on Pleasant View. I'm not sure how that would affect this, but there's been a lot more development further west on Elderberry, which may be driving some additional traffic this way. Next is East Gorham and Livingston. The request that we got for this one was kind of a several different things. Some of the things we wouldn't really consider a signal correcting, such as like left turns from the right lane cutting across other through lanes. But I guess the comments regarding what a signal could address are more along the lines of drivers pulling out in front of traffic and crossing to get to a bus stop. Because this is part of a one-way pair, and we are operating more or less fixed time on this corridor. There's we probably wouldn't signalize this because it's pretty close to another signal.
Blog post. We're going to use an example of one of the weekly updates.
Somebody mute themselves there. Go ahead, Jerry.
Okay. Yeah, so we're not proposing any further in-depth study. It's pretty low on the list. And we think if there's like pedestrian crossing things we can change, other steps we can take are to adjust the upstream signal timing just to kind of help create a little bit more gaps, or potentially look at an RFB. So I think other recommendations would eventually at the next meeting probably be more along the lines of those rather than a signal. The next intersection is Packers and Wheeler. This had not been on the list before, and it's not number 18 on the list. It's number 108. It's at the bottom. We are going to collect hose counts. So these are our entering volume counts. We had those planned. However, the county was repaving that. It's County Highway CB. They were repaving that when we were collecting hose counts. So I believe, should be getting those counts this week or maybe next week. So we're just a little bit late for this meeting, but the county did have some peak hour counts, and I would expect this to rise pretty high on the list. But we'll, along with those volumes, get delay study and turning movement counts. The final one on this document is High Point in Midtown. This is a T intersection. It's an all-way stop on the southwest side. There's a new school that was built on the corner, and it's kind of a partially rural cross section, partially urban. So there's some sidewalk. I think there's a sidewalk on the High Point, but no sidewalks on Midtown. So we're going to look at turning movement counts, pedestrian volumes, and delay study there. And then the final one, we do have to add one to this list that came in kind of late this afternoon or today, is Cedar and Park. So this is where the grocery store, the apartment building was built on that corner, and there were some geometric changes that kind of reconfigured that whole intersection. There's currently a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at that intersection. We have a current request to change that to an RRFB with an accessible PED button. But then we got another request from the neighborhood to the local police department to then onto us to look at that for a signal. So we'll add that one to the list. So it's this list plus that. We'll do the same thing. We'll get entering volumes, speed, volume, turning movement, and delay. And so that's where we're at right now. That's our list of requests. One thing I do also want to clarify with this list, David did a really great job going over it. The crashes are in fact 2021 crashes, so we are still behind on last year's crashes. We're switching some way we're getting those crashes, and it's causing a little bit of a delay, but we should have those relatively soon. So this will also be updated. And if anything pops out when we do that, look at those crashes, we'll probably do some other studies or see, what's behind that increase, if there is anything. So that's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Comments or questions for Jerry and David and Yang?
Yeah, so before that, I would like to quickly just add one thing that we just heard today. So that's regarding Milwaukee and Sprecher intersection. So with some communication from Alderfield, who has some conflicts, and also the neighborhood association president. The neighborhood association president brought up the idea of instead of traffic signals, how about a runabout? So before some time ago, actually we did consider that option very quickly, and we feel like traffic signals will be a better solution here. For this context, because of land use, as apartments, for example, as runabouts are great when it's used properly and designed properly, but it definitely means it's more challenging for pedestrians and for bicyclists to navigate through it. And also, if we build a runabout, it's going to be two-lane runabouts, and we all know that multi-lane runabouts are much more challenging than the single-lane runabouts. And another factor is that we got to purchase right away to build a runabout, but we can use existing space for a traffic signal. But I just want to throw information out there, and but we're definitely open to take a deeper look. Whether runabout might be actually be preferred here, if the commission wants us to do that kind of additional piece of study as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so very much for the update. And I absolutely am very pleased that the Schroeder and Struck intersections are on there, and also the High Point and Midtown. And I'm glad that it did make the list. My question is, especially since there was a fatality in that area, and so definitely I'm glad that that made the list. I want to ask you about the High Point and Midtown. Does your evaluation include consultation with the school administration in terms of entry and exit from the new building?
I think for a case like that, we would. I'm trying to think of another example I can point to. When we've looked at like Packers and Schlimgen is another where we have a school that doesn't actually take like vehicle access to that intersection, but we'd see a lot of kids cross the street. We call them and ask them like, hey, how is this a normal thing? Is this like a daily thing? And they'll tell us how they kind of go about their day, and in that case it was a daily crossing of a class. So in a case like this, if we're looking at a signal, we'll probably we'll run some questions by them, see how they kind of use the intersection, what this would potentially improve or make worse any situations. North Portland School is another example where we're installing a signal next year, and that was there was some communication there. So yes, the short answer is yes.
Okay, excellent, because not only was I interested in whether the communication would be with the school, but the surrounding neighborhoods have been asking and really concerned about that traffic. So thank you very much. I'm sure that we will continue the conversation, especially in those two areas. I'm complete.
Thanks, Alder. Denise, you're next.
Great, thank you. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it. So, a question to help me increase my knowledge: how do you decide when you're putting in a new signal which of those get accessible PED features attached to them, and which ones are just light signalized for walk and don't walk?
That's a really good question, and one that we might have more information on in the coming year or less or more, whenever PROAG is adopted. Currently, we don't have any. I guess our current policy is upon request. So if someone requests a current signal to have an APS button, in my 8 years here, we've never denied that. We usually just have a chat with them and say, hi, how do you use that, and what kind of features would be most beneficial to them. So we've been doing it on a per request basis. With the BRT project, for example, we were a little bit more proactive and said just any crossing with a station, we're going to include the APS buttons. In the cases that I listed, for example, Cedar and Park, if we were to install a signal there, because we already have a request to update the RFB, that would be one where we would most likely just install, put it in from day one. Otherwise, yeah, it's on request.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jerry. It might be something for us to consider. I don't know if it's on a project by project or maybe a deeper conversation about setting some criteria for APS, where, because I know they are based on request, but sometimes you don't know you need it until you're at that corner and you're like, holy cow, this is a difficult crossing. So I will say I just sing the praises of that one that's at Fairchild and West Wash, because I'm at the Elections Commission a lot. And I think we decided that should go there based on the traffic and the needs of that neighborhood, but it is truly a lifesaver. So maybe we could consider how we can be more methodical about that, so we're not having to do response and thinking about high PED traffic area places where they would just make sense.
So Denise, on our future agenda topics, longer term, we have update regarding the U.S. Access Board's final rule on accessibility guidelines for pedestrian facilities in the public right-of-way, including discussion regarding accessible pedestrian signals.
Yeah, that's when we talk about PROAG, that's a perfect time to have that conversation. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, another great acronym for us all to remember, huh? better
Yeah.
than saying all those words I just said, huh? Right.
If I could add in there, Anne, I just actually sat through a webinar relative to the final rule. So we're following this really closely as staff. One of the things that I learned is that obviously we have a final rule, but there's really 3 different ways right now for it to get adopted into law. Because in essence, what needs to happen is either the DOJ or the U.S. Department of Transportation needs to adopt it, and then it basically funnels down into the states and the locals. So again, we are following this really closely, and I'll reiterate everything Jerry said. We're very sensitive to the population needing these signals. We see that they're very helpful, and then we're also keeping very close eye on some of the details that they're putting in relative to, like if the signal goes into flash, like is it going to have a message and things like that. So there's some discussion out there right now relative to not just when and where you put them in, but there's additions to how they're going to be operated. So I just wanted to kind of just add that into the conversation, that staff is following this closely. And if there is going to be this update later on to Traffic or Transportation Commission, obviously we can include those sorts of items.
Thanks. Dave, that's awesome. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm following it closely for some of my federal work and state work as well. So thank you for that update.
So Denise, are you suggesting that, it sounds, Jerry, like you're being proactive in certain instances. Are you suggesting that we be more proactive?
Unmuted. Alt+A button. I'm not sure. I think, really looking at what the, what gets implemented or, in PROAG is going to be really, because it feels like it's a moving target. And so I'm really curious to see what the end ruling is, either from DOJ or US DOT. But I think if we can kind of be on the cutting edge of that, without going, bonkers with these things, because I know they're expensive, but it just makes our city so much more walkable, not only for those of us with vision loss, but, there are a lot of folks that benefit from them. So yeah, I think following PROAG and then having that discussion, because we've got it on the future agenda, to be what does that really mean for implementation?
Okay, so Yang and David and Jerry, as we look to have that discussion, we can maybe consider some of those things Denise is talking about. Okay, is that all you had then, Denise? Great. Harold, you're next.
Thank you. Just 2 comments, one about Milwaukee and Sprecher. I would say exploring the roundabout option, yes, but only like one, if you come to the conclusion it has to be multi-lane one, at that point I'm like, yeah, then that's the stopping point. I think seeing if it's possible to get the volumes with a single lane roundabout, I think that would be good. And then comment about Cedar and Park. I'm thinking about north-south BRT, Park being completely redone, station locations not having been finalized. So just keeping that in mind so that we don't, put in a signal, and then we reconstruct the street or the bus stop ends up being on another block. So that might be a reason to slow down with that one a little bit. But, you're at the point of gathering data, so that can't hurt. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. A couple of comments. One is I wanted to follow up on what Denise and Yang and Jerry were talking about. And that is, frankly, I was very surprised that we do not have all of APS on all of our new traffic signals at this time. I think one of the things that I want to add to that discussion, or things we need to talk about when we talk about that, is I think this body needs to see the city of Madison's transition plan, and maybe whether Tom or Yang can speak to that, but I frankly, I think we're behind the curve right now by not having APS on all new traffic signals. That to me is the time to do it. Yes, we can do it on demand for existing signals, but for all new signals, that should be a requirement. And I guess that to me should be in the city's transition plan. So I haven't heard that term used, and I think that is a document that the Transportation Commission should see and have reviewed. Yang or Tom, do you want to comment on that? Do we have? I assume, and this is a big assumption on my part, that the city does have a transition plan. Is that correct? For ADA, a formal document? Has the city prepared one? If not, we're behind the curve.
Yeah. So Yang may jump in. I'm going to say that we're supportive of that. We have a lot of initiatives going on, and so we're not necessarily proactive on all of the things going on with PROAG, and I want to just with North-South BRT, like in the last 2 weeks, we have 4 public meetings and all that, and so I think that your comment is really good, and I suspect this specific recommendation is really valid. And so I think we can and actually will consider it. As far as the transition plan, we have not gone there yet. We're I don't want to we're trying to react to the multiple priorities that kind of land in front of us, like crossing guards and the trees and the like. But that's actually a very good comment, and I think we could fit it into our work plan. Yang, I don't know if you're listening, but do you have another something to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, I think you covered it pretty well. The only thing I want to add is that even though we haven't been automatically installing APS on every new signals, we actually did install quite a few at locations that are heavily used by pedestrians, but we haven't received any requests directly. So, for example, University Avenue area, for example, we know there are lots of pedestrians, and we know the likelihood of we have to serve a visually impaired user is pretty good. So, for those intersections, we start to automatically install APS on those. But we haven't been, kind of do a citywide thing everywhere. But that's something we can consider, for new signals. But that means that this device actually is not very cheap, so it definitely means budget impact if we start to do it everywhere. But that's something we can we can look into in the future. That's a great comment.
All right, Anne, could I just finish?
Go ahead. You bet.
The need to do transition plans is not new. It's been around for quite some time. And so we are City of Madison is definitely behind the curve on this right now. And I think, 2 cities so far have been sued. Yes, they are big cities, but DOJ can knock on your door, and that's the first thing they're going to ask for from you. Is your transition plan. So I think maybe we haven't had one, but I think it's something we definitely need to get moving on.
Thanks, Bill.
I had one other comment.
Sure.
This was back to what Alder McKinney talked about at this very specific the Midtown and High Point. That's the new school is a private school, and I know somebody who lives in the apartment next door, and the kids that go to that school all get driven to school. I don't know there's very many kids that walk to that school. So I think the traffic concerns are going to be how the traffic backs up get into their driveways, and it gets into that intersection. That's the problem right now. So it's going to be, it's a challenge with that new school. So and that school is going to grow. And so I mean, they just opened their doors this September. So it's going to be an interesting study what you find at that location, I think. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, this came up just as I've been starting to dig into disability issues, and this is a new area for me, but I'm trying to get up to speed quickly. I did notice a document. I just pulled it up, and let me see if I can find that. Actually, I don't know if but it's something that's an issue I've looked at, and something Bill, if you have any comments or anything they want to direct my way offline, I'd be happy to listen more.
Okay. Thanks. Is that all you had then, Bill?
No, I just comment back to Eric. I'd
Sure,
be
go
happy
ahead.
to talk about this offline and give you some of the information that I have regarding transition and where this comes from, and because this is not something new. This is quite several years old now.
Okay. That would be very helpful, Bill. Thank you so much. Okay. Is that all you had then, Bill? Okay. And Eric, are you done? Okay. All right. So we are looking for a motion to approve the additional studies recommended by staff, which would include the Cedar and Park intersection. Bill?
I'll make a motion that the list that was presented this evening, plus the Cedar and Park Street, be added to that list for further study.
Okay. Excellent. Harold?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Or did you wish to speak to your motion, Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Ann. I think the staff has done a great job of taking a look at the list and adding any of the couple of new additions for this year. But I think they've done a good job of monitoring throughout the year, and so I think this is a good place to start.
Great, thank you. I am going to assume any further discussion. Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, thank you very much, Yang and Jerry and David. Okay, move on to the update on the social gathering. You got an email from me. You got a invitation from me. As mentioned at the last meeting, the polling showed that November 30th was the most popular date. So we finalized the details. It's Thursday, November 30th at 5:30. We're figuring 5:30 to about 7 at the Post in the New Park Hotel, 22 South Carroll. That's all in your invitation. Hopefully everybody received that. It is helpful if you respond to the invitation so I can sort of know how many people. Right now we have a range of 20 to 30 reserved. And, I know of about 25 who've indicated that they can come. So we have a good share of folks who can. Due to ethics code, we'll all be on our own for expenses, and Eric is going to have a brief presentation at our next TC meeting, which will be the night before the event, about that. But just wanted to remind everybody that we would be on our own for expenses. And they're expecting us to be looking at cocktails and appetizers. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's all on the same page. I'm really looking forward to this. It took us a while to hear back and get, find some options that will work. Anybody have any questions or comments? If not, we'll move on. and I'm really looking forward to seeing everybody in person. So item 7 is our crossover reports from TC members who are our members on other BCCs. Anybody have anything to report tonight? I know we're at 9:39, so we had some important topics that we spent a lot of time on tonight. Anybody have any updates for the group? No? Okay. I have no announcements, so we'll skip right past that. In terms of future agenda items, not sure if we'll have the RP3 public hearing related to Midvale Boulevard. We'll see that they're getting some more input from the community on that. We have TDM, Transportation Demand Management ordinance revisions. We have update on Metro Transit fare technology, fare collection strategy. We also have a couple council referrals one related to Acacia Ridge, and vehicle towing charges, charges. That's another ordinance change. So we have quite a bit on the agenda, with the fare technology and collection strategy being obviously a significant conversation that we'll be having. And we already have several items on the agenda for December, and we're starting to build up January as well. So so I have the City of Madison's transition plan, ADA transition plan. Is that a good way to say it, Bill? Okay. And I'll maybe put that with the ProAg conversation. We have this large topic that we're looking at, that we can maybe find some time when we can talk about that, and talking about APS, et cetera, and put that all under one so we can talk about it together. Denise?
Audio now unmuted. Yeah, and is do we still have an upcoming agenda item for the metro accessibility and the paratransit
yes.
overview? Great. I was just hoping I didn't think it happened in the meeting I missed.
It's slated for December because we had so much happening today, and Mick couldn't be here today because there's a North-South BRT meeting today. Mm-hmm. As it turns out, with adding crossing guards, it was a good thing we didn't have that on the agenda. So in December, we're looking at Vision Zero annual report, Amtrak alternatives, update on Metro Transit accessibility and paratransit, e-bike speeds and speed policy on shared use paths, and potentially our TC annual work plan. I've been pushing that off meeting to meeting because our meetings have been so full. So I'm trying. We have as we knew when we merged the two bodies, our meetings would end up being longer. So tonight was an example of one of those. Chris?
So this isn't exactly an agenda item, but I noticed that our agenda this evening had a lot more details than usual, including links. I just wanted to make sure that that's a good use of staff's time.
No, it's something, Aiden was ill, and Eric from the clerk's office actually published the agenda. So Aiden, I have no idea why it happened, but it looks like the council agenda. But once Aiden does it again, Chris, it'll go back to the old way.
Okay. Because I know we just decided to remove a bunch of stuff from the end of the agenda, so it didn't make a lot of sense.
I think it might be a technology thing. I'm not sure, something in Legistar. But anyway, somebody else published that amended agenda, so I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. Because I know I looked at it and went, "Whoa, what the heck?" So so I don't think it'll look like that in the future. So unless you have any comments, Aiden, on that. Or I think we're good.
Nope, you got it spot on.
Okay. All right. Great. Any other future agenda items? Okay. I need a motion to adjourn. Harold.
Move adjournment.
And Chris.
Second.
All right, and I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote, and thanks everybody. Lots of great discussion again. Everybody is so engaged, it's much appreciated. So thanks everybody.